Hello, good morning and a warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live and to Moving Day. Yes, today is day 3 in this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Nottinghamshire and Sussex, where Nottinghamshire will start the day with a lead of 381 as they are currently at the crease on 284 for 7 in their second innings. Now, we've had 2 jam-packed days here at Trent Bridge, but let's just remind you of how the wickets were taken yesterday and how the runs were scored, and we'll do that with the day 2 highlights.
Notts dominate with 5 each for Pattinson and Patterson. There was no surprise to see Ollie Robinson bowl beautifully on day 1 for his 4 for 44 on return to county championship action, but Stephen Mullaney scored a skipper's 70 to recover the innings before his bowlers tore through Sussex's top order, their stand-in skipper Cheteshwar Pujara and Archie Lenham holding firm for a mini recovery. They finished the day 94 for 5. They could breathe a bit easier. The follow-on had already been avoided, and when Patterson's delivery flicked off Lenham's pads to the boundary for 4 leg byes, they put on 50 for the 6th wicket, and Sussex had 3 figures on the board. Pujara was on the verge of racking up another landmark total, but would fall for 49. Pinned in front by Patterson, the linchpin gone now could not turn the screw. They certainly could. Sussex down to 7 when Lenham went LBW to Pattinson for 31. And Robinson fell for 5, caught down the leg side. Pattinson with his 5th. Hunt followed, off stump tumbling away, a 4th for Patterson, and like Pattinson before him, he'd finished with 5 to his name. Carvelas out LBW for 5. Sussex all out for 143, Notts lead 97. Only 3 batters had made it to double figures. Pujara the top scorer with 49, or at the top with 34, and Lenham on 31. They'd fallen in a heap on day 2. Pattinson's figures 5 for 56. Patterson slightly cheaper with 5 for 43. It was a sloppy start from Notts though, just 28 on the board when Slater picked out Curry at fine leg off the bowling of Robinson, and Duckett followed before the end of the over, Carter doing ever so well to take the catch off the inside edge. Robinson soon had a 3rd, Clark, LBW, offering no shot for a 3-ball duck. Notts clung on through to lunch, heading in 146 in front, but in a bit of peril at 49 for 3. Hamid and James settled after the break, the recovery off to a good start under their watch, and the lead started to head towards 200. The Notts opener pressed forward to Curry, whipped him through the leg side for 4, and moved to 50, scored off 71 balls. With his 10th 4, this time off Hunt, the advantage moved beyond 200 runs. Both men put their feet down, the rate moving a bit faster now, James with boundary after boundary, and the usually patient Hamid carted Lenham down the ground for 4. Their 100 partnership came from 153 balls. The edge dribbled away for 4, Notts closing in on 150 now. They moved past that with little to concern them, and with 160 on the board, James found 4 off Carvelas and moved to his 50, scored from 101 deliveries. Hamid was closing in on his 100 into the 90s with back-to-back 4s off Hunt. But with the next ball, Hamid had to go. Out caught behind for 94. Notts 4 down now, but 275 ahead. Mullaney brought attacking intent to the middle. Hunt launched for 6 not long after he joined James at the crease. His partner would fall for 56, chapped in front by Hunt, with tea around 10 minutes away. Mullaney brought the 200 up before the break, the skipper with 1 off Curry to get them there. Tea taken, with the hosts leading by 298. Sussex had another important wicket after the break. Moores out caught behind off Curry for 6. But Mullaney and Patterson-White ploughed on untroubled. The lead now north of 300, and the skipper was heading for 50. He couldn't make it there though. LBW to Coles for 42. The score now 250 for 7. Pattinson showed his batting abilities on his arrival to the middle. He and Patterson-White pushed the lead up towards 400. He reached 381 and the score 284 for 7 when time was called on the day. Nottinghamshire in a dominant position and with a huge amount of time left to try and pick up the win. With the other matches across the LV County Championship starting a day earlier, it's easy to forget we're only at the halfway stage in this match, but in 13 wickets time we'll have a conclusion, and it's difficult to see past a home win.
So as you saw there from the highlights, it was a very good day and a positive day for Notts. But what did assistant coach Kevin Shine think of the effort from the bowlers and obviously the batting performance that we've seen so far in this second innings? Well, the media team here at Trent Bridge caught up with him last night and here's what he had to say.
Having Notts were given a chance to get in the game today and they took that opportunity with both hands. How do you reflect on that day?
That's a good day, Ollie. We bowled them out in under an hour, and now we've got a really, really healthy lead, but the job's not done yet. There's still 2 days to go, and we're just going to keep trying to stretch this lead.
Let's go right back to the start of the day, and probably one of the most pleasing things for you to see as a bowling coach is to see Dane and Jimmy going about their work in the way they did. We almost run out of superlative to describe their ability and their heart as well.
Yeah, they are fantastic performers, and I think for the last couple of years as well, the whole bowling attack has performed excellently. But this morning you saw 2 guys going really hard and attacking really hard. Sussex tried to counter punch, and they did at times. But what you saw was some fantastic deliveries there, 2 world-class overseas players operating.
Let's just touch on Dane in particular. Obviously got 50 wickets last year in his first season here. He's up towards 40 now. What is it that makes him so good in here and in English conditions generally?
So he's got 41 at 22, so he's closing in on 100 wickets for us at the moment. So what can I say about Dane is he learns very, very quickly. So he assesses conditions. He's quite quiet. So if you see Jimmy as obviously a little bit more vociferous, a little bit more animated, Dane just very quietly goes about his work. But he is working things out, and that's what he's done over in this country. He's worked out some new balls, actually, to be fair. So he's learned how to bowl with a juke ball, and he's got that killer nip back ball that he bowls, and you saw him get Pajara today with an absolute beauty. So the whole bowling attack sort of just complements itself.
Yeah, I heard you talking on the radio there about the variations that Jimmy has. Maybe doesn't get enough credit for that. Is it what's needed in terms of being a good bowler, that being a student of the game almost, and working out a number of variations so that any given surface, any given day, you can be potent?
Yeah, and that's what this group do. You don't see what goes on behind the scenes. So they practice very, very hard. They prepare very hard. So Cooney, the analyst, will give them some great information. And then we do you probably see us at around about 10 o'clock normally, definitely the first day of the game. We're talking through the information that Cooley's carefully put together and given out, and we're putting our plans together. And one thing I'd say is that these players always stick to those plans. Sometimes the batters can actually hit back at you, but they tend not to leave them. So there's an awful lot of thought that goes into this group and how they operate.
Notts wouldn't be in this position if it weren't for the batting efforts on display as well today. It was Hasib Hamid and Lyndon James in large who have got you here. Very impressive innings from them both, and showing real maturity in a potentially difficult situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And Hass is going from strength to strength. He's really expanded his game. He's obviously done some great work on it in the last couple of years, and you can now see the fruits of that. And then Lyndon is just growing in stature all the time. He's got so much presence at the crease. He times the ball so beautifully. So it's a very exciting batting group to watch.
And you've got 2 days left in this game still, and a pitch which seems to be offering something to seamers. So when it does come to your turn to bowl tomorrow, probably, then I assume you'll expect to be able to take those 20.
Yeah, this has been a good wicket. Steve Burks and his team have done a brilliant job here, because the conditions are incredibly tough when it's been so hot and so dry. And he's managed to get some grass on it. It's not live grass. It's not really long, but it's making it a fairer contest between bat and ball. You've seen here, if you over pitch, it's quite easy to drive. You've got to be disciplined. If you're disciplined, you get a little bit of reward for that. So I think it's been an excellent cricket match to watch so far.
Well, hello everybody and a very good morning. Welcome to Trent Bridge. Slightly cloudy and overcast today. I think the forecast is for it to remain dry, not too many prolonged spells of sunshine, but that crucial word dry is the one that all cricket supporters and fans will be delighted to hear. I'm Dave Bracegirdle from BBC Radio Nottingham, and welcome to day 3 of Nottinghamshire versus Sussex in the LV County Championship. The players are out there, Notts batting on from their second innings score of 284 for 7, leading by 381 at the halfway stage of this game. Grace Ballinger from Lightning and London Spirit will be with us before too long, and to my right, again, he's managed to find his way through the back streets and over the cobbles and over the bridge, and made his way here to Trent Bridge. Delighted once again to be joined. A very good morning to Adrian Harms.
Yeah, good morning to you, Dave. A little bit of blue sky above the ground now, so it's a few patches. A bit of rain last night, but nothing too much. And we're going to. I would imagine that Sussex have taken the new ball. It was available last night. Oh, no, in fact, there's 2 overs to go with it, isn't there?
No,
it's available now. And it's going to be Ollie Robinson, who's got those 3 wickets to his name. He's running in and bowls, and it's a no ball to start off with, which won't please Ollie. Signal by umpire Bob when the ball balloons through to Ollie Carter.
A couple of quick things noticing on the scoreboard, Adrian. Sussex's over 8 is now -3. Might be a little bit generous. They didn't seem to be overly rattling through them, but yeah, you'll see top right-hand corner overs 80, and then underneath ball age. So
thank you.
They pop that up as soon as they have taken the second new ball.
Well, in comes Ollie Robinson, running in bowls to Liam Pattinson. Why do you let that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter? And there is no run. Yes, of course, because last night I think Sussex had the opportunity to take the new ball. They would have taken it, but the umpire decided it was too dark, so we came off 2 overs early.
Yeah, they didn't want to stay out there with the spinners, so sort of forced. The umpires forced the hand of Pujara, and Pujara forced the hand of the umpires.
Yes, he did. And off they came. But Sussex will want to wrap this up quickly this morning. Robinson bowling with 2 slips to the left-handed Liam Pattinson White. He's in and bowls, and for the 3rd ball in succession, Pattinson White has nothing to do with it. Lets it pass by outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run. I spoke to James Kirtley last night, who's the Sussex bowling coach. He also coaches the Sussex T20 side. He's the head coach for T20, and James is very realistic about the prospects of today. I mean, Notts have got a lot of runs, and it's going to be, a tremendous effort for Sussex to get anywhere near. But he was, he felt the bowling unit had done well yesterday. They kept running in, and he was full of praise for Ollie Robinson, as you would expect, who's in over the wicket bowls to Pattinson White, who again lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Carter, and there is no run. So 2 slips, a point cover mid-off. Oh, there's a 3rd man down below us as well, who's Alior. Then on the onside, there's a mid-on, a deep square, who's Archie Lenham, and a fine leg. Crowd still drifting in, and away to our right-hand side, that is seats not as full as they were yesterday, but they are filling up as people make their way into the ground on this 3rd day, as Robinson in a game bowls, and Pattinson White is forward and picks up a single through a square leg. Umpire Neil Bainton needs to move, and Archie Lenham comes and gets in the throw. 1 more to the total, 287 for 7. The lead for Notts, 384. It was interesting having Kevin Shine up here for a few overs at the close of play yesterday, and he was saying that Notts are in no hurry to declare or do anything here. There's 2 days left. The weather forecast is pretty good. No real need for Notts to take any undue risks here.
No, some of us potentially eyeing up the prospects of a day off tomorrow if it's done and dusted today, but certainly the players, they won't mind if they win this at 6 o'clock tomorrow night.
Robinson in bowls, and wide of the off stump, let go by James Pattinson, taken by Ollie Carter, and there is no run.
I don't think it'll be bang, bang, bang this morning for with regards to Notts. Let's try and crash a quick 20 or 30, and then, so be it. They'll want Pattinson White and Pattinson to play properly, responsibly, and build that lead up. And if it gets up to as high as 450, they'll take a lead of 450. If they are bowled out, well, so be it.
Ollie Robinson decided to come around the wicket now to the left-handed James Pattinson. Both of these are left-handers. Comes in and bowls, and Pattinson drives straight down the ground, fielded at mid-off by Sean Hunt. It is the end of the opening over, an over that cost 1 run, and Notts 287 for 7. Pattinson White on 31, Pattinson on 20. Ollie Robinson, 19 overs, 6 maidens, has taken 3 for 58.
Yes, or James briefly last night at close of play introduced me to his dad, who's over. Of course, a new baby girl in the family.
Wonderful.
Delighted granddad has come along, and I listen to you. I know who you are, he said.
Escaping the Australian winter, I guess. I don't know what the weather's like in Melbourne this time of year.
It's going to be Brad Curry to bowl the 2nd over of the morning. We'll have to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment or two. Might just get a delivery in before then. Pattinson White is on strike. 2 left-handers out there, of course. Just Luke Fletcher and Dane Patterson to come. Here's Brad Curry into bowl, and nicely played onto the leg side. Single taken. 288 for 7. Yes, already we're into the second over of this third morning here. Nottinghamshire have added a handful of runs. They've extended their lead to 385. They're 288 for 7. Clearly not in the box seat here with almost 2 full days to go. Probably want to extend this lead to somewhere between 420 and 450 or so, and then try and bowl Sussex out later on in the day. Early stages, 288 for 7 knots. This one just slipped
I reckon that was a chance.
I was going to say, slipped down the leg side. I was just having a look, Adrian, just to see if there was a signal from umpire Bainton, but there wasn't. So it was clearly a potential leg side strangle, as James Pattinson had a little fiddle at that one, and it wasn't taken cleanly by the keeper. Had to go a long way, to be fair, but got a glove to it. James Pattinson has actually got a shirt with a number on today, and yeah, it's the Atinso one though. He's lost a couple of letters as Curry bowls, and he's bowled him. Super delivery, might have kept a whisker low. So there's good news and bad news there for Sussex if that did keep low. But Liam Patterson-White's got a good one there from Curry. He really has, and out goes the off pole. Liam Patterson-White bowled for 32, but to my eyes, just a hint that kept a fraction low and crashed into the stumps. Patterson-White out for 32, batted for an hour and 3/4, 71 balls, 3 fours, 289 for 8 is the score.
Well, you're right. That's a double-edged sword for Sussex, really, isn't it? I mean, they were delighted to have picked up a wicket so early on this morning, but I'm with you. I thought that did keep a little low.
Don't know if again we're able to see a replay. If the production team are able to pop one up. Sometimes we get these replays on very quickly as soon as the wicket has happened. Yeah, that's a real old shame for Liam Patterson-White, but gets the game moving forward.
No, it does.
Like I said, Sussex would I think want to get this done and dusted quickly. And if they can keep Notts under a 400 advantage, then so be it. The lead is 386 at the moment, but good success, good reward for Brad Curry, who's bowled nicely throughout this game. And of course he may have been done out of a wicket the ball before had that been taken by the keeper, the leg side snick. Here's big Luke Fletcher, the Bulwell bomber, on his way out to the middle.
Just had a message from a Sussex supporter, Randy Bulbin. Hello Randy, good to hear from you this morning. Who I don't think it's anything in our control here, Randy. He says the pictures and the commentary are out of sync, so I'm sure that the technical guys are all working on that. But thank you for getting in touch. Hope you're well, Randy. And well, Sussex has got a wicket in the second.
There, if it's at this end, they'll sort it out. If not, you might want to refresh Andy just to see if that does any good. But I'm sure producer Kirsty will be onto it. Here's Curry, right-hander now for the first time. Luke Fletcher eases this into the offside, no run, 289 for 8.
We were talking yesterday, we had this extraordinary scoreboard sent in from a game at Horsham yesterday, where Horsham were 109 without loss, and a young batsman, Joe Willis, was 103 not out, and his opening partner hadn't scored a run. And I saw that the Horsham Cricket Club actually tweeted it last night, so we've retweeted it, and I'm indebted to Jonathan, who sent me through some more details of the innings.
Curry in to Luke Fletcher, solidly behind it, and defends.
Because we were wondering what sort of game it was. Well, it was an under-18s game. It was 45 overs a side, and Joe Willis hit 11 fours and 9 sixes, i.e. 98 of his runs came in boundaries. He did nick the bowling a few times, and so there were 100. Yeah. They knocked off the 157 they needed to win in 13 overs. Well, that was extraordinary. So I've tweeted the scoreboard and him hitting the runs for his century.
Curry bowls, again Fletcher gets in line, pushes it up to mid-off, end of the over, successful one for Brad Curry. 289 for 8. I'm told there will be another replay of that wicket for the eyes of Agent Bracegirdle, who clearly missed the replay. Here we go. Those of you watching the live stream will be able to see it with us now and enjoy it, especially Brad Curry.
Oh, we did. I think he did keep a bit low.
Kept a bit low, yeah. maybe a little late down on it. Liam Pattinson-White he's given the bowler a dirty look there, as if to say, where on earth did you get that from? That's a very, very decent delivery, but might, as I say, just have had a little bit of help.
In comes Ollie Robinson. Sussex needing a couple of wickets to wrap this innings up. Comes in and bowls to James Pattinson, who eases that down to fine leg, where the eager Brad Curry in his sun hat comes racing in and fields. Collected by Ollie Carter. One more to James Pattinson, who was given a life in that previous over. He was definitely dropped down the leg side by Ollie Carter. He had to go a long way, but I think having got there and got a glove to it, he'll be disappointed he didn't cling on to that, Ollie Carter. Nonetheless, Sussex will hope it's not too expensive. And this brings big Luke Fletcher on strike. He's yet to score. 290 for 8. Sorry, that's my phone making all sorts of... In comes Robinson, and he bowls a bouncer to Luke Fletcher, who looks at him as if to say, well, if you're going to do that to me when you come into bat, then you'll get some of the same. Either way, Fletcher just lets it go by to Ollie Carter, and there is no run. Robinson wanders back to his mark. There are 2 slips, a backward point on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep backward square and a fine leg as Robinson is in and bowls, and Fletcher is stoutly forward and punches that to mid-off, where it's fielded by Ari Carvelas, who shines the ball on his jumper and gives it back, or will give it back to Ollie Robinson. Dave's quite right. The Sussex over rate, they will, they'll lose 3 points if it stays. I mean, you could say where Sussex are in the table, perhaps they're not too worried, but it's not great to have continually poor over rates. Something James Kirtley was asked about last night, actually. As Robinson is in and bowls, and Fletcher is hit on the pad, and he's given out. And Ollie Robinson picks up his 8th wicket of the match. Umpire Paul Baldwin, he was kind of tentatively forward, was Luke Fletcher. Hit on the pad. So Sussex have picked up a couple of wickets here this morning already. Luke Fletcher is on his way without troubling the scorers. Not 290 for 9.
Yeah, sorry, that's another one I've missed. Just trying to sort out the number of people saying the commentary and the pictures are slightly out of sync. I understand it's been rebooted at our end, so if it's still affecting your viewing and listening pleasure, you might want to just have a little refresh at your end as well. Hopefully everything will be back in sync. So Fletcher out for naught.
That almost happened in slow motion, actually, yeah. Dave, didn't it? He was sort of tentatively forward, was Luke Fletcher. He was hit on the pad. There was a half-hearted appeal really from Ollie Robinson. Perhaps he just knew it was out.
He generally does.
Either way, Sussex have picked up. So we wondered this morning how long the Notts tail would last against the new ball. I mean, Sussex, I'm sure, are delighted to pick up these wickets, and they will be thinking now it's going to be their turn to face the fearsome duo of Pattinson and Luke Fletcher, who will be roaring in it, because it's overcast here in Nottingham this morning. As I was walking to the ground, I was thinking, well, this just feels like a good day to be bowling.
Now, what are the Sussex top order going to say to Ollie Robinson here? Because you mentioned Pattinson and Patterson with the ball, but they're out there with bat in hand at the moment.
Yes, perhaps keep him out here for a little while, Ollie. Get him a bit worn out. I think they'll be pretty keen to be out there with the ball, will not. Here comes Ollie Robinson. A couple of wickets down this morning. He's got his 8th of the match as in he comes and bowls, and Dane Patterson gets a thickish inside edge down to fine leg. Just down below is Ali Orr, who'll be strapping on the pads, opening the batting for Sussex. Gets in the throw.
I'm told there'll be another replay of the wicket at the end of the over if people were rebooting and doing, or like me, were distracted trying to get...
I like the way. I need to ask the lads at Sussex, actually, because this is really good that you've got the the screen actually here in the commentary box, and it just makes it much easier to watch at home. I'm continuously going on the laptop to get on, so this is really good. We can see these replays. Robinson running in from the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge. Around the wicket comes in and bowls to James Pattinson, who drives down the track, and Robinson fields of his own bowling. It's the end of the 3rd over of the morning. Nottinghamshire are 291 for 9. Dane Patterson on 1, James Pattinson on 22. The Notts lead is 388.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about, as I say, the mindset of... Oh, there is the replay of the wicket. Yeah, he looked in front, didn't he? The mindset of the Sussex openers here, are they saying, don't get Pattinson riled up, don't hit him for goodness sake, or are they saying, get in there, give him some of his own medicine?
Well, Ollie Robinson is now Sussex's leading wicket taker in the county championship this
Good
season.
effort, yeah.
And he's only
played 3, has he?
He's only played in 3 games. So therein lies a tale of where Sussex's problems have been in terms of taking wickets. So well done, Ollie. He's up to 16 wickets for the season.
There's Curry. He's got one of the 2 wickets to fall this morning. Bowls and nicely played by Dane Patterson. Got 11 in the first innings, didn't he? Doesn't tend to hang about. Puts bat to ball. Got a nice little photo of the pair of them after close of play last night, which I retweeted this morning. The two 5-wicket men. Asked who'd got the ball, and Dane says, well, I'm hoping we can get maintenance to sort of saw the ball in half, so we can have half mounted each. But James says, no, I've got it.
Oh, well, that came out of nowhere, didn't it?
It was a cry of "oh" from Adrian. I lost the flight of it, and nicely picked up and lifted away for 4 by James Pattinson, who does like to throw the bat. 296 for 9.
Well, good shot, wasn't it?
And the lead is 393. It was nice, clean pick-up and connection. Muscular fella, can give it a little bit of beef when he chooses.
I thought for a moment, Dave, that was sort of heading in our direction.
Yes, yep. There's Curry, stung by that one. There's another one in the same direction, 4 more. And that will bring the 300 up. Nice, round, even 300 for Nottinghamshire. 300 for 9. So the lead is 397. And Sussex's response is to bring second slip out, pop him in at mid-wicket and push mid-wicket back onto the fence. Or is he? He's not going to go to mid-wicket. They're going to go all the way. So some real protection out there to save the boundary, which might be a good idea. I think Pattinson is looking to at least reach the ropes, if not clear them. He's batting out of his crease, so we saw there on the live stream. Good pictures. Next one in is trying to nick that. Gets nothing on it as it goes through to the keeper. Yeah, batting well out of his crease.
I've got sort of 2 minds about this sort of thing, really. I mean, I do understand he's clubbed 2 over Cow Corner. By the same token, you've got a new ball in your hand. It's 4 overs old, and Sussex have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the boundary.
Couldn't agree any more with you. Often see sides do this, don't we? And it very rarely works, and there's a reason they're batting at 9 and 11. Next ball is just run away down to third man. Single for James Pattinson, just controlling affairs at the moment. 301 for 9, the lead 398. You're right, a new ball. You've got to back your bowlers, haven't you?
Well, I think so. I'd have 2 slips of gun. I might even have a short leg in. I might, make the batsman think, actually, I'm going to get you out. Not that he toyed with Sussex, didn't he? I mean, he hit 2 4s, and he's a good enough player, James Pattinson, then to say, I'll just dab one down to third man for a single.
Paul Sheriff's been in touch just with regards to the Liam Patterson-White dismissal, and says, Dave, as far as I'm concerned, the ball can keep as low as it wants for the next few hours. Brad Curry to Dane Patterson, happy to block. Don't often see him employing that mode of batting style. He usually gives it a little bit of long handle as well. 301 for 9. We've had 4 overs this morning. Had 2 wickets go down, and Notts have moved on from 284 for 7 to 301 for 9. 17 for 2 this morning in 4 overs.
Entertaining stuff it's been. A couple of heartily hit 4s by James Pattinson. Interesting. James Kirtley was asked last night by one of the press guys about the slow over rate, and he was saying, just break off as Ollie Robinson is. It's again Sussex with a lot of fielders on the boundary to Pattinson, who hammers that one in the air, and he's going to be caught by Cheteshwar Pujara, who comes round from cover. It's gone high in the air, and Pujara kept his eyes on it and took the catch. And James Pattinson is on his way. Ollie Robinson picks up his 9th wicket of the match. Good catch by Pujara. He went up a long, long way. He was caught in the covers. And so that's it. 3 wickets have gone down in 4 overs and 1 ball. And Notts are all out for 301. It means the lead is 398, and Sussex will need 399 to win.
Just a comment on that, 4 overs and 1 ball. Surely they've not been out there long enough. They've had sufficient time to reduce that -3 over 8. So that may be a problem for Sussex. But they have got it done and dusted in about 18, 19 minutes time, which would have been their primary objective. Let's not let Notts have plenty of fun against this new ball and rattle up a lead of 450 or so. They've kept it under 400. It's a huge challenge for any side, but they've kept it under 400. Sussex need 399 to win, and they've pretty much got all of 2 days in which to do it. So set those foundations, give yourself a chance. Be no more than 1 down by lunch, be no more than 3 down by tea, be no more than 5 down by the close, and knock them off tomorrow morning. There you go.
As easy as that, Dave. If only. But there is a problem that there is James Pattinson, Dane Pattinson and Luke Fletcher to deal with. But from the Sussex lads' point of view, it's an opportunity to really get the heads on. Actually, James Kirtley said this last night. We were talking about the way that Archie Lennon batted. Got into line, he set his stall out. And he was saying, yes, that's what it's all about. It's about, you belong at this level. And, plenty of time. I mean, I think the chances of Sussex scoring these runs, famous last words are, it would be a surprise if Sussex were to score this amount of runs. It would be the biggest score, in the match in the 4th innings against a very fine Nottinghamshire attack. But I guess the great thing with cricket is you never know. And Sussex do have Pujara, as Kevin Shine was saying last night. And you never know what the great man might do. But I think Notts will be firm favourites to win this game, Dave.
Very much so. Yeah, what we're going to do, folks, we're going to have a little comfort break, not necessarily just because we need a comfort break, because we've only been going 18, 19 minutes time, but it just does give Kirsty and the production team just a moment or two just to realign all the commentary with the pictures for you. So the players will be back out there in, probably 6 or 7 minutes time, and we'll pick up commentary then. Welcome back, folks. That seemed to be a pretty quick turnaround, but I suppose not. I think it was about 18 minutes past 11 when the 10th wicket went down, so yeah, we're going to be out there in time to start in a moment or two. If you're just joining us, if you had a lie-in, or you've been walking the dog, or you've been actually doing some work this morning or whatever, already you've missed quite a little bit of cricket, which has seen Nottinghamshire in their second innings lose their last 3 wickets for 17 runs. 17 for 3 in 4 overs and a ball. Ollie Robinson getting 2 of those 3 wickets to finish with 5 for 60. So congratulations to Ollie Robinson. He's very much looked almost back to his very best form. It's going to be over to the Nottinghamshire bowlers now to see how they get on. The equation is Sussex require 399 to win, and they've got until the weekend to do it effectively. All day today, all day tomorrow, Friday. If they are able to bat for long periods, so time's not going to be an issue. Maybe a different problem against the Nottinghamshire attack that will clearly be looking to press to get it done today. Tom Clark and Ali Orr are out there. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and whilst Adrian's away updating BBC Sussex, I'm delighted to say I've been joined once again by opening bowler for the Lightning and the London Spirit, Grace Ballinger. Morning.
Good morning. How are we?
I'm all right. That was crash bang wallop this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's quick, wasn't it? And will be Luke Fletcher to begin as he runs away from his first ball bowled at Ali Orr, and that's through and past. And good applause from the slip cordon of Notts. Big job on hand for Sussex here.
Very much so, yeah. I mean, this morning, that little 18-minute passage, it's almost been a mirror image of what we've seen through the game. There's not been many sizable partnerships, not been many sessions where there hasn't been a whole bundle of wickets. But Notts have finished. They've batted twice. Can say that Sussex's over 8 on the board still showing us -3, so it looks like they're going to be in a little bit of trouble at the end of the game.
3 slips in then as that one comes in. That's an attacking shot for Ali Orr to play on second ball. He goes to cut it and it runs through straight to Tom Moores.
And just on that point, slightly worrying, points gained in this game right now, Sussex 3, Nottinghamshire 4, but the Sussex 3, beside that they've got over 8 -3, so if Sussex can't get a draw either by their own means or by a weather intervention, or if they lose this contest, right now it looks like they might end up with 0 points.
As Fletcher bowls another good ball, this time on the stumps, bringing all back into a defensive shot into the offside. He had a quiet first innings, didn't he, Luke Fletcher? I mean, certainly didn't bowl badly, but the other Notts seamers, Pattinson and Pattinson, just bowled so well, didn't they?
A couple of things on that. Kevin Shine popped up to join us the last 20 minutes or so of play last night, the Notts bowling coach, and yeah, he was quick to point upon that. Very much a bowling unit, and although Fletcher didn't get the rewards yesterday, he felt he bowled every bit as well as the other two.
3 slips in then to Ali Orr, as this one is again pushing him onto his toes, and this time defended into the onside.
But the other thing, they all enjoy each other's success, and it almost looked at the end there as if Luke was as happy for Dane and for James with their 5 wicket hauls as if he'd done it themselves. There was lots of back slapping and congratulations and big smiles from them all, and he genuinely will have enjoyed their success. He was actually having a little bit of a wrestle out there with James Pattinson this morning. They were playing something head tennis and the ball went between them. They were having a right old wrestle on the ground to the amusement of everybody else.
Fletcher in again, and this one back for length and pushed into the offside to that short boundary. Backward point gets round, and it will just be 1. First run for Sussex, first run for Ali Orr.
398 to win. Imagine it'll be James Pattinson to bowl the second over from the pavilion end. Pattinson likes to come on as first change.
First ball for Tom Clark then. 3 slips in for him also, and this one brings him forward. He comes and covers it well with a good defensive shot. 1 over gone. Sussex 1 for none, requiring another 398.
Yeah, Clark made just 8 in the first innings. He was one of James Pattinson's victims, LBW, and in fact Ali Orr also fell to James Pattinson. Got a start, made 34, got a absolute beauty of a ball, and we looked at the replays a number of times. We couldn't really see how the ball had got through his defence, as it seemed to almost go through the bat and the pads and still demolish the stumps. Terrific bit of bowling. So it is going to be the Australian James Pattinson. 5 wickets in the first innings. Be bowling to Alistair Orr. No floppy sun hats on display today from Notts. It's a cloudy, overcast morning. You'd probably say ideal for the seamers. 3 slips: Clark, Duckett and Lyndon James. Ben Slater at backward point. Liam Patterson wide in the covers, and Dane Patterson at mid-off. They're the 6 on the offside. As Pattinson in past umpire Baldwin bowls and just dropped down on the leg side. In comes Asiba Mead, and he's hit the stumps, and that looks to me very, very close indeed. And the umpire hasn't raised his finger. He just stayed down on his haunches, almost looking and looking at it. That looked very, very close to me indeed. Here's a replay. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to see with regards to the lines, but Asiba Mead has underarmed the ball onto the stumps, and there's a lot of head in hands still, and it must be a good 60 seconds since it happened now. Notts, Mead's still got his head on his hands and his head. His head in his hands, his hands in his head. One or the other, brace girdle. But a lovely bit of fielding from Asiba Mead there, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if Tom Clark feels I was a little bit fortunate there. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's interesting because the fielder's reaction certainly suggested that it was close, but I mean, Tom Clark didn't dive, so he obviously didn't feel the need or that he was out at all.
There's Pattinson in and bowls, and typically runs 4 of them to Clark away on the offside. You can also, I guess, Grace, flipping it round, not decrying your comment, and you can also say maybe the fact he didn't dive is the one that got him into trouble and made everybody feel he was short of his ground. That's the flip side of the equation. Not seen it side on, don't know. Naked eye thought it was out. Reaction of the players thought it was out. Umpire in the best position said not out.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of whether it was in or out, it seemed like a bit of a reckless run to make early on.
Yep.
Somewhat unnecessary, but there you go.
You can just imagine, can't you? We've all been in those dressing rooms where, let's take what's there, let's not leave any runs out there. Might have been a feeling in the first innings they didn't rotate the strike enough, let's drop and run when we get the chance. Great work from Hamid. Here's Pattinson, round the wicket bowls to Tom Clark, who pushes it back to Pattinson, and then he flicks it back through his legs towards the stumps, perhaps trying to run out Ali Orr. 6 without loss. 6 without loss. I'll tell the listeners what I'm smiling about in just a second. I'm going to do an update for Radio Nottingham. They're actually talking about neighbours. Good day, sport. Sussex are batting, which tells you we've had a phenomenal start to this final day, in that Notts have lost 3 wickets inside the first 18 minutes. They've been bowled out for 301, so that's a lead of 398. If there is any good news from that, it's they're back out there now with the ball, potentially a chance to get this one done and dusted today. Of course, this is the 3rd day of 4. We all love a day off, don't we, Mark? But the other thing is, one of the dismissals, Liam Patterson White, the ball kept very, very low indeed, so Notts, I don't think, would mind a little bit of uneven bounce. Notts felt they'd got a wicket just a moment before you came to me, with Tom Clark just about given the benefit of the doubt by the umpire as Asiba Mead threw down the stump. So it's all happening at Trent Bridge. 6 without loss. Back to you, sport. 6 without loss. Brace girdle back in BBC cricket mode. We're talking about neighbours, and we hear them say they're going to bring a neighbours live concert to the Nottingham Arena next March or something, and then he came to me with Good Day Cobber or something. This is pushed into the offside and there's no run. You have to humour these morning presenters, Grace.
I don't think I'll be attending the Neighbours concert, unfortunately.
Not a fan?
I don't think... Oh, is it the programme about doctors?
No, it's about neighbours. It's not about doctors. That's called Doctors, isn't it? That one. I don't watch it either, so
I can't say I'm not a big TV watcher.
No?
No, not just Love Island. Just Love Island, your favourite
So you're not a big TV watcher. That's not proper television, is it? That's
I didn't watch it last night.
You didn't?
After you slated me, I thought best put something more intellectual on.
Each to their own. Each to their own. Takes all sorts to make the world go round. 6 without loss. Here's Luke Fletcher. Love Island.
So Luke Fletcher is in. First ball. Good ball, just a bit back of the length, but Alior just goes onto the back foot and punches that to that short offside boundary by the Smith-Cooper stand, and maybe a touch short there from Luke Fletcher, and Alior just puts it away easily.
Maybe. How will you know what's going on if you've missed an episode? You'll not be able to keep up now, will you?
No, I'd have to catch up. I've been busy, you know, here at Trent Bridge.
Been busy this morning. Awful lot's happened in the last 35 minutes or so.
Fletcher goes fuller this time, and that is a play and miss from Alior, and just seems to miss everything because it sails through to Tom Moores. That was a better delivery.
Was indeed. Not had the best of luck in this game, Luke Fletcher. Still without a wicket, but as mentioned a moment or two ago before we did that crazy update, that they do all share in each other's success, and I guess if one doesn't get you, another one might.
As Fletcher comes in, 19 his shirt number, as that is another full delivery and brought Alior forward to a defensive shot.
Do you know, I guess you don't play, I suppose perhaps in the 50 over format, but do you tend to work with bowling partnerships in a game of that short distance, or are they just too many bowling changes really just to try and
I think definitely
work
in
for
50
each other?
over cricket, and I think there's even scope for it in T20 cricket. There's no point having one bowler putting in hard yards at one end if the other person isn't backing them up, because it can just release all the pressure. As Fletcher comes in again, full again, slightly straighter, and this is driven dead straight by Alior. A good shot, but mid-on comes round to get it. It is the captain, Mullaney, in mid-on there. Yeah, I mean, there'll be times, sometimes you can bowl just as well as the bowler at the other end, can't you? And they'll pick up the 3 wickets, the 4 wickets, and you'll get nothing. And you've got to just be happy with that, haven't you? Ultimately, it's a team game, and
some days they'll nick it off your bowling, and some days they'll nick it off your mate.
Yeah, exactly so.
And sometimes they'll drop them off your bowling, and they'll catch them for your mate. It's just the way it goes.
Fletcher in again then, and Alior again goes for a flash through the offside and misses it again. He's really looking to capitalise on those back of the length deliveries, isn't he? But that's twice he's played and missed that shot.
In the interests of fairness, are you all right looking through glass? Because the way Adrian's sort of set the commentary box up this morning, it means that you're sat
that's fine.
Looking through the glass.
Pretty clear, isn't it?
Well, it's clearer than... where were we? Can't think where we were. I don't know if it was Derby or Cardiff. It was Cardiff, where a seagull had left as a present on the window.
Fletcher this time goes slightly further outside off, and just punches that into the gap at point to take the strike on the last ball of the over. Sussex 11 for none.
Of course, we're only into day 3, up and down the country. The other matches in the county championship, of course, are into their final day, non-finished in 3 days, which is a little unusual. You usually get 1 or 2 finishes. Play underway everywhere else. Seem to be heading for a draw at Chelmsford, Essex, Somerset in their second innings, 382 for 3, trailing by 123. Perhaps the potential to work something out at Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire second time round, 160 for 5, still trailing Northants by just 2 runs, and Northants very much on top there. It's going to be Pattinson to bowl the 4th over of the innings. At Old Trafford, Lancashire have fought back after a disappointing first innings score. They're 427 for 8 in their second innings, leading Kent by 302. There is James Pattinson, passed on by Baldwin's right shoulder. Ali Orr goes to take him on, looking to swish it vigorously away on the leg side, and gets hit in the stomach for his pains, literally. 11 without loss. At the Oval, Warwickshire in their second innings 293 for 9 leads Surrey by 230, so that could be a good game to keep an eye on later on beaten Surrey, the leaders, with a run chase later on in the day. And Hampshire need 172 more to win. They're 42 without loss against Yorkshire at Scarborough. That's Division 1 rounded up for you. Pattinson into Ali Orr, who's on 7, and he's deflected this away off his hip out to Hamid, who's now out on the boundary, and they take a single, although he comes in for Tom Clark. 12 without loss at Chesterley Street. Can only presume that will finish in a draw, which would be good for Notts. Durham playing Middlesex. Middlesex still batting their first innings, 440 for 8, leading Durham by 19 with just those 2 wickets left. And the only other one is at New Road, where there should be a result one way or another, because Worcestershire need a further 146 to win. And they've got 5 wickets left. They're 143 for 5 in their second innings. So that's against Derbyshire. 2 sides that are just sort of on the fringes behind Notts, Glamorgan and Middlesex. Pattinson into Clark, helps it into the offside. Would have gone for naught. Tom Clark had that run out been upheld by umpire Bainton, but he said no. He was almost crouched down, wasn't he? Leaning forward, knees bent, hands almost on knees, looking down the line, and he stayed down there looking and looking and looking, as if to imagine a replay in his own mind. And out there on the field, he will have either said not out or wouldn't have said anything, but he certainly didn't raise his finger, to the relief of Clark, and the batsman's had a little bit more fortune there as he deflects this down past the stumps, down to Fletcher at long leg. 13 without loss, Sussex. Good start this from Pattinson and Fletcher, but Sussex crucially haven't lost that first wicket. They'll want a platform, and if they can just get a good opening partnership on the board, well, it opens up all sorts of possibilities. Finn Hudson-Prentice, I'm sure, will be desperately keen to atone for his first innings score of just 1. He'll be looking to put runs on the board as Pattinson is in, bowls or defends. But all eyes, I think, Grace, are on Pujara, aren't they, when he comes in? He could very much hold the key. A man who likes to bat big, bat long. He's had 3 double hundreds this year. Might need to get another one in this innings, but crikey, if Pujara hangs around for any length of time, assuming he gets to the wicket, then Nottinghamshire will be a little nervy. Final ball of the 4th over. James Pattinson from the pavilion end bowls, and Ali Orr defends into the over. 13 without loss.
Yeah, I think you're right. Obviously, Pujara, a very talented player, and he's scored, as you say, a lot of runs this season. And yeah, I agree. Part of me thinks that it will need to be him that puts on a big score. But that being said, he'll need to be supported by these other batters, and Sussex lineup is certainly capable of doing so. So, I mean, it's a big ask, but not impossible.
28th of July today, birthday of my cricketing hero, the man who made me fall in love with the game of cricket, Sir Garfield Sobers, 86 today. What a player. From the moment I saw him, I fell in love with the game.
Fletcher into Clark, bringing him forward into a defensive shot.
Watched the... must have been the summer of 1966 as a young lad. Watched the TV footage, the England-West Indies series that summer. Sobers captained the West Indies and had a terrific year. Brian Close was the England captain. Some wonderful cricketers, some wonderful pictures I remember, and I got hooked on cricket very much from that series, that summer.
Fletcher comes straighter this time, and this time it's a slight check drive by Clark into Mulaney at mid-on, who tosses that to mid-off.
By a couple of summers later, of course, cricket was very much the thing for me as a young lad, and Sir Garfield signed for Notts around the time I first started coming here, and to see him in person, to see him batting and bowling, and just the walk, that sober swagger. Absolutely loved everything about the man.
Fletcher in and again goes full, looking to target those stumps here, Luke Fletcher to Clark, and Clark keeps it out well. He's getting forward nicely here.
Been very fortunate to get to know him, meet him many times over the years. Spent a lot of hours, a lot of time in his company. Good man, and I'm sure he'll celebrate his birthday today with a round of golf and a quiet drink. Paul Strang, former Zimbabwe Test player, leg spinner, had some time here at Trent Bridge. It's his birthday as well. He's 52 today. Happy birthday, Paul Strang.
As Fletcher bowls again, and much like the last, full and targeting the stumps, again bringing Clark forward.
On this day in 1977, it's a test match. England playing Australia here. Ian Botham's test debut started with a 5-foot, as you might expect with Ian Botham. The other thing on that day was Her Majesty the Queen visited Trent Bridge, met Derek Randall, of course, met all the England players. A lot of famous photos of the Queen meeting Derek Randall on that day.
As Fletcher runs in away from us here and again brings Clark forward, and has he got an edge on that? He has. And that's the first wicket of the day. Sussex 13 for none, and the first one's full to Luke Fletcher.
So he does get the nick this time, and Tom Clark out for 5. That run out, was it, wasn't it, was it, wasn't it, won't hurt Nottinghamshire for too long. Clark has to go. Disappointing personal match for Tom Clark. Made 8 in the first innings, 5 in the second. Only a handful of overs with the ball in the first innings. Nothing bowled in the second innings. Caught a few catches, but has gone the opening partnership, prized apart by Fletcher with 13 on the board. Notts need 9 more wickets. Just wrapping up what I was saying or about to say. The Queen coming to Trent Bridge in 1977. Steve Lamotti, the Notts Heritage Officer, hopefully will pop in after lunch and spend a few minutes with us. There's an exhibition, a display all about the royal visits here over the years, and Steve will, I'm sure, have something to add to that Queen's visit in 1977. So Steve will be with us after lunch today. And the only other thing I've got for 28th of July, it was on this day 2 years ago in the COVID summer, England West Indies. Stuart Broad, Nottinghamshire's own Stuart Broad, got his 500th Test wicket, and appropriately it was the wicket of a man who'd been playing for Notts as well the year before, Craig Brathwaite, the West Indies skipper. So Stuart Broad, 500 Test wickets 2 years ago today. But back to the present, here comes Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Be looking to get a score here, won't he? Hudson-Prentice hasn't had the best of seasons, and obviously hampered with that injury preventing him from bowling, so he'll be looking to stick around and hopefully put on some runs here with Ali Orr, who's also started quite well. Just a couple of loose shots outside off, but 3 slips in then for Hudson-Prentice as he comes, and that one is quite wide outside off, and that's left alone. And end of the over, Sussex now 13 for 1 off the first 5 overs, and it's a ripple of applause from the members area near us here, near the press box. Is popular with the Nottinghamshire fans, is he not, Luke Fletcher?
Very much so, yeah. I think the modern day parlance, or the football parlance, is one of their own, is of course from these parts, from the Bulwell part of Nottingham. Big Nottingham Forest supporter, but a good club man. A good supporter of Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club, engages with the fans, spends a lot of time with them. He'll happily stop for photographs and autographs and all the rest of it, and very much engages with them. And he's a trier, and I think like most sports followers, you're looking for a trier. As Pattinson comes in to bowl to Ali Orr, first ball is left alone by the one remaining left-handed opener out there. Orr, 13 for 1. Poor old Ali Orr's score now is in very tiny figures up on the board. It's when we get a double-barrelled name up there that the font changes on the board as well, isn't it? And partnership and run rate are all now very small. 13 for 1. Good morning to Ian Smith, who works the screens here at Trent Bridge, as Orr pushes into the offside. It was a delight this morning for us here when our scorers for this one, Roger the Duke Marshall and Graham Irwin, came in and said hello. Graham on his first visit to Trent Bridge. Roger was just showing him round, so popped in and chewed the fat and had a natter to grace. Nice to see the scorers. They're back over the far end now, doing all the notching and everything else they do. The little clicks to put it all on the computers. This one goes through to the keeper. It's all done in the scorebooks now, of course, all the different coloured pencils and what have you, as always, but it's all computerised as well, isn't it? And they do the wagon wheels and absolutely everything. Good morning to Paul Harrison, who looks after the players' comfort over in the pavilion there. Always likes to get a mention. And to everybody else listening this morning, glad to have you along. If you'd like to get in touch, pop us a line at Brace Cricket on the Twittery thing, at Grace Ballinger 2 as well. 13 for 1. Next delivery is fended away uncertainty from Ali Orr. He got in line, it almost hit him. Did it balloon up off the bat handle? There were lots of cries of catch it, but it fell safely.
Yeah, it was a good delivery, wasn't it? Just looked like the pitch has flattened out a little bit over the last day or so, but looks like Pattinson's getting a bit of movement on it here. And yeah, Ali Orr started well. He looks slightly unsettled at points, however, and he's looking to just carry on playing his shots, and he needs to bat for a long time, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. Pattinson tearing it. Oh, now then. He's not ready. Oh, here we go. What's happened now? Did Orr back away? Did the umpire instigate that? I think it was all backing away. Pattinson, I think he's probably saying, look, you're supposed to be ready when the bowler's ready. That'll just get his dander up. Never been entirely sure what a dander is, but it's a saying, isn't it? Oh, he's got his dander up. Here he comes. Bowls and has a little word with Alistair Orr about his timekeeping, I would imagine. Don't be so tardy next time. 13 for 1. We'll get the email address from Adrian when he comes back. He's speaking to listeners on the south coast next door. I can never remember the email address that he pops out there for anybody to use. Simon's been in touch. Simon Trafford, the club photographer here. Talking in 1977, Davey says, me and my dad were on the front row for all 5 days, and he sent a photo which I'll retweet. I wasn't here for that one, as this one's run to backward point and well fielded by Ben Slater, and they take a single. Slater at backward point, dive to his right, was down on the ground, couldn't just sort of get into a position where he could throw the ball at the stumps, and they took a single. 14 for 1, so Ali Orr will keep strike. I think James Pattinson already has been sort of just told just to rein it in a little bit by the umpire down there. He had a right old ticking off at Derby last week. There was some finger wagging in his direction from the umpires.
It really rolled him up, didn't it?
Yeah.
That little moment there. I don't think Ali Orr was particularly in the wrong. I don't think he was ever ready, really. It looked like Pattinson just wanted to run in when he was stood as he is now, just twiddling his bat. So.
Well, I thought you'd have been sticking up for the fast bowler. It must irk you when you're ready and the batter's not. doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe not to that extent, but he's ready this time as Fletcher comes in. Ali Orr to face the first volley over, and again Fletcher goes full. Slightly slower it seemed there, but Ali Orr comes forward and plays it into the offside.
You're not nasty enough, Grace Ballinger. Need to get a streak of nastiness in you if you're going to be a successful fast bowler.
Well, as I said yesterday, it depends who I'm bowling to. It really does depend who I'm bowling to.
There's one or two that pull your strings, are there?
Yeah. A few.
Grace Ballinger with us, folks. She opens the bowling for Lightning in the Rachel Hayo Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and she'll be opening the bowling for London Spirit on your tellies.
Fletcher comes in, and this time Ali Orr just gets it into that gap on the offside. A defensive shot, but into the gap, and it will be a single.
So going to be a different look. Will I be shocked if I see you on our screens? Are you going to, embrace the London Spirit look and have blue hair, or do anything extra special for the for your TV appearance?
I'm gonna get my nails done. I've got them quite a bright orange at the moment. Do you like that colour?
Well, yeah, I do. I fully support that.
Yeah, I love getting my nails done. I have them done every month, and I think I'm gonna go for more of a blue shade. Obviously nice and short. Fletcher comes in again. His first ball to Hudson Prentice, and it's back of a length outside off and left alone.
Andrew's been in touch from the Kingdom of Newark. Good morning, Andrew. Dander, he says, is material. Hang on, let me just make this a little bigger. Dander is material shed from the body of humans and other animals that have fur, hair or feathers. The term is similar to dandruff when an excess of flakes becomes visible. Very good, Andrew, but where did he gets his dander up from that?
Sure
But Andrew will know. Learned listener. Thank you for getting in touch at Brace Cricket.
Fletcher in again then. This time slightly fuller, but still holding that line outside off, and looks like he got a bit of movement there, Luke Fletcher, as he often does, and it goes through to Tom Moores. What would you do then?
What would I do?
If you were playing televised and you wanted to do something a bit flair, would you dye your hair blue?
What hair is the obvious response? No, I don't think so. I think you're going to be enough under, or in my case, I think I'd be enough under the spotlight. I'd just wait and see with the level of performance, because you set yourself up. I'm not saying you, because you are going to be an absolute box office success, but idiots like me, we just set ourselves up for a fall.
Fletcher in again, and again outside off, and left confidently by Hudson Prentice. That one just slightly straighter and looked like it just went through on that fourth stump line.
Did you see my photo this morning that I put? Did you like that jacket? I mean, that's as far as I would go with in terms of eccentricity.
That was pretty
bright,
flair,
a bright green and gold jacket.
Yeah, green and gold.
That was on finals day at Edgbaston. In that there Birmingham City.
There it is. That is bright.
That's a jacket, isn't it?
Little blazer. Fletcher in again. 3 slips in play, and that one's straighter, and so straight, looks like it's been come off the pad there, and it will signal leg byes as it races past the boundary for 4. End of the over, Sussex 19 for 1.
Mark's been in touch. Morning, Mark. He says, good morning to the commentary team from a cloudy and cool Rutland Water. I've never forgiven Jeff Boycott for running out Derek. He was looking good for 100 before that happened, 1977. Mark, if this game goes until tomorrow, I'd sort of got that down. It happened on the second day of the match, so that would have been the 29th of July. But if you're listening this afternoon, I think when Steve pops in, he's got all the bits and pieces, all the nuts and bolts of that 1977 Test match here when the Queen, I think it was the Queen and Prince Philip came to Trent Bridge and were introduced to the players. But yeah, Boycott running out Derek Randall. He didn't endear himself to the Nottinghamshire sporting public for that mistimed call, that miscommunication that led to the local favourite being run out. Might have been a Sussex favourite run out this morning. We'll get Adrian's view on that in a moment or two. Crikey. Here comes a fire engine as a new over starts with Pattinson bowling round the wicket, and all leaves it alone. He's gone for a walk. I should come back, Ali, because if you're not ready, it will be Orr v Pattinson round 2.
Yeah, they've brought someone in under the lid here now, haven't they? And that silly square position, it makes a lot of sense, really. Ali's played a couple a little bit early and just got a bit caught up, hasn't he? Back of a length, so good captaincy decision.
There is Pattinson in bowls and clipped nicely by Orr away for a boundary down the ground. We might have to do the old headphone shuffle, Grace, in a moment. We'll bring Adrian in because I'm going to have to do a BBC Radio Nottingham update. Then there'll be more from the leader of Team GB, Grace Ballinger. When that ball hit the stumps from Asiba Mead, obviously I should be watching everything that was going on the field, but perhaps a quarter of an eye was in the direction of Adrian Harms, and the expression that was on your face, Adrian, told me all I needed to know, I think.
Yeah, the Tom Clark run out.
The run out, yeah. As Pattinson is into Ali Orr, who runs it to backward point, and again it's a push and a run, and Liam Patterson-White throws at the non-striker's end. Fletcher backing up, no run. Hang on. Sussex have missed out on one there. Oh dear. Sloppy from Notts, sloppy from Sussex is the way we're going to say there, because Luke Fletcher threw it down to this end, missed the keeper, nobody backing up. The ball nearly went to the boundary rope down here. Joe Clark eventually after it, and whilst all that was going on, it was sloppy from the two Sussex batters because they hadn't noticed and didn't take the overthrow until they must have realised that the ball was nowhere near the stumps. Then they thought about running, then decided against it. It was sloppy cricket all round.
It was. Dane Patterson is getting quite wound up here, isn't he? I think with Ali Orr.
Yeah, because he wasn't ready, was he?
Yeah, there's definitely something going on out there between the pair.
Finn Hudson-Prentice on strike. Pattinson bowls and left alone by FHP, former Derbyshire man, although he has returned to his first county, Hudson-Prentice.
I mean, I did think, Dave, with that run, I mean, Tom Clark's out now, so I guess it's immaterial, but I must admit, to the naked eye, I thought he was clearly out.
I did.
I was very, very surprised when the umpire's finger didn't go up. I think Tom was surprised as well.
Couldn't quite make it out on the live stream. We didn't, not got the side on camera. There's a radio update. Well, I guess one way of putting this now is that Notts need 9 more wickets to win this game. Sussex, from their part, need 375 more. Yes, they've been set to score 399. This game has really ticked along in 5th gear all the way through, and it was the same this morning as Notts lost their last 3 wickets in double quick time for just 27 more. So they were all out for 301, meaning Sussex requiring 399. Notts thought they'd got a wicket in the second over when Asiba Mead threw down the stumps. Looked as if Clark was short of his ground. The umpire said not out, but then Clark went anyway. Luke Fletcher getting his first wicket of the match. Sussex chasing 399 at 24 for 1. The end of James Pattinson's 4th over, 4 overs, none for 13. He might, he's given the game away anyway. I was going to say he might come out of the attack now. He often has just 4 quick ones at the start, and then will make way for Dane Patterson, and then James Pattinson will come back and replace Fletcher when he's done. But he's virtually confirmed what I was just telling you there by leaving the field as well for a little comfort break, James Pattinson. So it will be, I'm pretty sure, Adrian, Dane Patterson from the pavilion end when the bowling switches back down there. Meanwhile, it's Luke Fletcher, and welcome back, Adrian. He'll be joined by Grace.
He's coming into bowl to Ali Orr. He's in and bowls, and Orr is forward and works that one to backward point. He's fielding on the boundary, picks up a single as Ali Orr. He goes to 16. Sussex 25-1. There's been some uncertain running between the wickets for Sussex. And Dave was saying about that run out. I mean, we only get one chance to look at it, but my impression was when the ball hit the stumps, I thought, he's out. I don't know what you thought, Grace.
Yeah, I agree. It did look so, didn't it? And obviously by the reaction of the Notts boys, I mean, they were sure, weren't they?
Oh, they were sure.
Heads.
Absolutely sure. I mean, as it turned out, it doesn't matter, as in comes Fletcher, bowls to Hudson Prentice. It's on the pad. That's a dangerous game, padding up against Luke Fletcher. The ball's clearly going over the top, but I'm not sure that's a great tactic. Hudson Prentice goes and does some gardening. He's yet to score. Sussex 25 for 1. Yeah, but you're right. The Notts fielders' reaction was you're spot on, Grace. They all sort of had their hands on their heads. I mean, I think they were saying, well, how is that not out? However, Tom Clark then nudged one behind, so it might have been contentious if Clark had gone and made a big score and Sussex had won the game. Fletcher with 3 slips, runs in, bowls, and Hudson Prentice on his way. That's a nice shot. That's going to get at least a couple of runs. I don't think it's going to go all the way to 4. It's being chased by Liam Pattinson-White. They've picked up a couple, or they're thinking of coming back. Oh no, Joel Hall's going to be run out. Oh no, he's not. The Sussex running here is absolutely all over the place, isn't it? I mean, it was clipped away through mid-on. There was clearly a couple of runs. Liam Pattinson-White fielded the ball, and Orr and Hudson Prentice completely got their wires crossed. And in the end, Ali Orr was having to scamper to complete that 3rd run.
Yeah, he's lucky it was a wild throw from...
He is.
Was it Pattinson-White out there?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It just seems Ali Orr and Hudson Prentice just aren't on the same wavelength right now. They're just not communicating well, and I think Ali Orr's just signalled to Hudson Prentice there saying, calm down a bit, I think.
Fletcher in bowls, or lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Tom Moores, and there is no run. Ali Orr wanders away in direction of square leg. He's on 16, Sussex 28 for 1. The small matter of another 371 to win, which is going to be tough going against this Nottinghamshire attack. Watching Luke Fletcher, and we'll get Brace's views on this when he comes back. I mean, he hasn't got a speedy approach to the wicket, but he's deceptively quick, don't you think?
Yeah.
Luke Fletcher, he's on his way again. Fine bowler around the wicket, in and bowls, making all play, and fields off his own bowling. Makes as if to shy at the stumps, but then hangs onto the ball, and there is no run.
You're right, actually. I was just watching then, because obviously he doesn't charge in, does he?
No.
I thought, he must have a quick arm then or something, but not particularly. So it's interesting because he does get it down at some pace.
Oh, he does. Yeah, I was watching that. I was, it just, I mean, some bowlers really come herring into the wicket, don't they? But it's a very controlled, measured approach to the wicket from Luke Fletcher. But then, boy, he fairly rarely wastes a ball. He's in now, bowls to Orr with a good leave outside the off stump. Ali Orr nods in the direction of Luke Fletcher. End of the over, 28 for 1. Orr on 16, Hudson Prentice on 3. If you're just joining us, well, you've missed 4 wickets going down this morning. Notts losing their last 3 wickets this morning for the addition of 17 runs. Ollie Robinson picking up 5 wickets in the innings, figures of 5 for 69 in the match. Sussex set 399 to win. They've already lost Tom Clark, who was caught behind by Tom Moores off the bowling of Luke Fletcher. Dave Bracegirdle gets the award for Man of the Day. He's just bought me a lovely cup of coffee, so thank you, Dave. As I say, I think from a contentious point of view, had Tom Clark gone and made a big score, I think Notts would have been some miffed about the run out. But that's all in the past.
Will be Pattinson then to start his first over of the second innings from the pavilion end. Hudson Prentice to face, and that's an edge first ball, but drops short of 3rd slip. Who is that?
That is Lyndon James.
It's Lyndon James, yeah. Drops short, but he does a dive and stop to prevent any runs, and it's an encouraging start for Pattinson.
Would you like to bowl in these conditions? I mean, it's there's a glimmer of sunshine coming through, Grace, but there's quite a lot of cloud cover as well.
Yeah, it's good conditions, isn't it? I'd like to bowl with a red ball, to be honest.
Would you?
Yeah, I'd love to. It's only white ball cricket for us, isn't it? As in comes Pattinson again, and this one slightly straighter brings Hudson Prentice into a defensive shot.
Why? Because you think it does a bit more?
I think so, yeah, a little bit. I mean the white ball does swing early on, but it doesn't swing for as long as the red ball, and I think I'd just like the opportunity to be able to bowl for a long time. I think there's a bit, well, it's not more skill required. I was saying yesterday, slightly different skill set required, isn't there, for the longer formats of cricket, so I think it would suit me quite well.
Sun is right out now, which is lovely.
In comes Pattinson again, and this time outside off, and brings Hudson Prentice forward into a leave.
This is a nice message from Martin Weiss, who's in Twickenham, and he says, "Good morning, Adrian. Just to say the commentary over the last couple of games has been the best ever. The chat between Roland Butcher, Dave Bracegirdle, Grace Ballinger and yourself has been really insightful and fun. No, on 400 will be a heck of a chase, but Pujara is there, and if Sussex bat 4 or so sessions, they win. A classic case of the old advice, dig in," says Martin in a sunny Twickenham. That's a lovely email. Thank you, Martin.
As Pattinson goes slightly fuller this time, but still outside off and left by Hudson Prentice here. He's having a proper look at it here, isn't he, Hudson Prentice? And definitely no harm in doing so.
He is. I'll read that email again in a minute. Now Dave is back. But Gary's been in touch. He says, "Good morning, Adrian." He says, "Purely as a gauge of your optimism for the remainder of the match, can I ask whether you've already checked out of your hotel?" Honest answer is no, I haven't, Gary. It did sort of cross my mind, but only for a brief moment.
Don't be admitting that. As Pattinson comes in, and that one's down leg slightly back of a length, but attempt playing a miss by Hudson Prentice, and Tom Moores moves across to his left to stop it.
No, my stuff is firmly in my room, so I'm living in hope, Gary. So Dave is back now, so I'll just say that Martin has enjoyed the commentary, Dave, and he says it's some of the best commentary he's heard. The chat between Roland Butcher last week, Dave and Grace this week. It's been really insightful and fun. So that's a very kind email.
Thank you very much, dear correspondent.
In comes...
Patson's in again, and it's a play and a miss, and that ends his over. A good start, a maiden over. Sussex 28 for 1.
And here's one for Dave as well. It says, hi Adrian, Dave and Grace. We're in the Hound Road top tier. There we are, Hound Road top tier, and celebrating our 22nd wedding anniversary today. It would be ace if you could say hello to us. We don't do Twitter, etc., and are big fans of Dave and all the team. That's thanks from Kate and Paul in West Bridgeford. P.S. You missed a cracking... Hang on, I've had an email crap here. You missed a cracking Frankie Valli concert, Dave.
Oh.
Hope you enjoyed the Drifters at Newark.
Oh, well, that was cancelled due to COVID.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh.
The Drifters had COVID.
When should that have been?
The last home game.
Right.
A couple of weeks ago.
In comes Luke Fletcher, running into bowl to Ali, or lets that go outside the off-stump, taken by Moores, no run. So there we are. That's from Kate and Paul, who are in the top tier. So did they wave? I wonder if they're listening.
There they are waving.
Where are they? Oh yeah, they are! Hooray! Happy 22nd wedding anniversary. That's wonderful.
That's terrific.
And what a day to celebrate a wedding anniversary at the cricket. I can't see my wife going to a cricket on our wedding anniversary. There probably wouldn't be a next wedding anniversary, to be honest. Anyway, many congratulations. In comes Luke Fletcher around the wicket, bowls and all covers up and plays down the onside of the track, fielded by Stephen Mullaney. So there we are. Frankie Valli. Is that Frankie Valli in the Four Seasons? Yeah.
It should have been in the COVID summer, and it was cancelled, obviously. It should have been last year, and it was cancelled. And then this year, I couldn't make it, for whatever reason. I don't know if it clashed with an away game or whatever. So I had my money back. But I did say, but
In comes Fletcher. Short pulled away by and that wasn't far away from the dive at square leg by... Who was that leaping across? Number 14 on his back. Is that the top?
Montgomery subfielder.
I mean, it was pulled away for 4 runs, but I don't think it was a million miles away from him. Anyway, all goes to 20, 32 for 1.
But I was looking forward the last home game to seeing the Drifters left here, and then it was cancelled. One of the Drifters or the production crew, whoever,
Yeah.
it was cancelled due to COVID.
Yeah, these concert tickets that have where concerts have been carried over as well. I've had tickets for the Elton John farewell tour for about 4 years now at the O2, and it keeps being cancelled for any number of reasons. He's had my money as well. In comes Fletcher, bowls and all is forward, pushes into the offside, and this time there's a single that they take without the risk of a run out, which hasn't been the case too much this morning. 33 for 1, or goes to 21. Yeah, and they weren't cheap either, and so someone's been sitting on my cash.
That's done you a favour, not having to go see Elton John.
Are you not a big fan?
No, I'm joking. I don't mind Elton John. I don't mind him.
Well, he does songs now with Dua Lipa and various things. So
I do like Dua Lipa.
There we are. Thank you very much. Matthew Montgomery is the 12th man who's on. So there we are. In comes Fletcher, running in over the wicket bowls. Oh, Hudson Prentice is beaten outside the off stump. Did he get a little feather on that? It's taken by Tom Moores. Yeah, I mean, they're all looking at umpire Bainton, who I think it's true to say is not the flavour of the month with the Notts lads at the moment. There was the run out that never was. They're all up for a catch behind. Tom Moores is convinced he's got his man, you know. He's still looking at umpire Bainton.
Well, it was a late appeal from Luke Fletcher. It was almost an afterthought.
Pad. Oh, you think he's going for LBW? Okay. Yeah, he might be right. Either way, Hudson Prentice survives. He's on 3, 33 for 1. Fletcher in again, bowls. Hudson Prentice drives. That's a better shot. Foot right to the pitch of the ball. Drove firmly to Mullaney at mid-off. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 33 for 1 or 21. Hudson Prentice 3. Sussex needing the small matter of 366 more to win. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, and Martin also got in touch to talk about the tweet I put out this morning of the game at Horsham yesterday, where this lad Jack Willis scored 103, got to his 100 out of 109, and his partner opening the batting in that game hadn't scored a run, which is extraordinary. A 45 over match under 18s, 109 for naught. Jack Willis 103 not out, other opening partner naught not out. Incredible.
I'm not even sure how that's possible. I'd like to see how they manage that. Did he just farm the strike?
Well, I don't know. 98 of those runs in boundaries, though, Grace. So it was, yeah. Yes, he must have done to a certain extent, mustn't he? You know, to get up the other end.
Pattinson comes in then, 2 slips in play, and that one is edged, and it's... Oh, I thought that was out, but
So
it
did I.
just dropped short, I think, and on the one bounce into the hands of Ben Duckett. Some clever fielding, though. He's quick to react, and it's another life for Alior.
As regards the run out, Clive says the umpire didn't give it, so he wasn't run out. It happens. Oh, you're right, Clive, you're right. Umpire's decision is final. We won't discuss it again. And it doesn't matter anyway, because Tom Clark is out, caught by Tom Moores off the bowling of Luke Fletcher for 5.
Alior then twiddles his bat, as he seems to do often, as Pattinson comes in. Patterson, sorry, comes in again and just brings Alior forward into a defensive shot.
So is that your sort of concert, Dave, the Drifters, or is that your type of music? Yeah. Yeah, good. And is that a big... Funny enough, last night on the way back to the hotel, I keep getting lost in Nottingham. I walked past the Motor Point Arena.
That's the big one.
Yeah, I was probably miles out my way there. I think there's a Motor Point in Cardiff as well.
In comes Patterson then. Alior awaits and leaves that one outside off.
Yeah, this is an examination, isn't it? I mean, Alior's being very positive, isn't he? And I think that's the way to be when you're facing this sort of daunting total. I don't see pushing and prodding as the way to play. You might as well take the attack to Nottinghamshire in a sensible way.
Yeah,
there goes that bat twiddle again. Look, here we go. He really is a bat twiddler. He's kind of a left-handed version of Alex Stewart, isn't he?
Pattinson in from the pavilion end, and that one just flicked round into the leg side by Alior. He looks to get 2, and
Oh no!
there's another
dear,
miscommunication, and then
There's going
these
to be a
two
run out.
just not doing well together here, as Hudson Prentice gives Alior a little glance, and I don't know what's going on here between them, but
Well, it's a short leg side boundary. To me, there was never 2 runs there. I mean, they just need to communicate better. I mean, there's nearly been 3 run-outs. But that would have been crazy. And it was a good throw as well, wasn't it? I mean, a jolly good job they didn't go for it.
3 slips in then for Hudson Prentice, who defends that one into the offside. Good ball from Patterson. He's bowled well, just 1 run off his nearly 2 overs.
If you'd like to join our conversation with Dave, Grace and myself, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk on email, or you could tweet us at bracecricket or at...
Grace Ballinger too.
There we are. And it'd be lovely to hear from you. We had lots of messages from around the world yesterday. We went from one side of the world to the other, from Cincinnati to Bangkok and back to Chicago.
Pattinson in, and that one just squares up Hudson Prentice and it misses everything. A very good delivery to end the 12th over. Sussex 34 for 1.
Good delivery, wasn't it? I think Hudson Prentice was rather stuck on the crease there. He wasn't really far enough forward. Hudson Prentice and all go and bang their gloves together and have a little natter about the running between the wickets. It has been a little skittish, to put it mildly, from Sussex this morning. 34 for 1, live cricket on the BBC. A very warm welcome wherever you're listening from. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Nottingham. Every ball of every game of every match right through the season. The 50-over competition just around the corner, so looking forward to that during the month of August. And then back with the county championship, which will resume in September. We'll have a rattle through the scores in some of the other games as we go through this over as well. As in comes Luke Fletcher running in around the wicket, bowls to Ali Orr and all drives. That's a nice shot by Ali Orr. That's going to race away, and I suspect that's going to go for 4 runs just. Dribbles over the mid-off rope. And it is 4 runs. That's Stephen Mullaney who's waving to you down there, Brace. Someone's waving to us. I think it was the skipper.
He'd be waving to me, would he?
Well, I don't know. He looked up here and he was looking in this direction and he waved to someone. I didn't know if he was waving to us. Either way.
Got the next over.
Yes. Good shot by Ali Orr. He goes to 26. Sussex 38 for 1 as Fletcher's on his way again. Around the wicket, bowls to Orr. Oh, he lets that go, Ali Orr, and well, it was a good leave. So we have to give Ali Orr credit, but you could tell by the ooh from the slips that maybe that wasn't that far away from the off stump. Looks like Derbyshire are going to win in the second division at New Road. Worcestershire 168 for 8, needing another 121 to win. At the Riverside, looks like it's probably heading for a draw. Durham 421 for 7, Middlesex 455 all out. Durham 9 without loss second time around. I saw Matthew Potts was playing in that game actually. There's Fletcher in again, bowls or drives firmly down the ground. More runs here for Ali Orr. It could be another boundary. Mullaney is in pursuit. I think he's just going to head it off. No, he's not. Runs away for 4 runs. 2 boundaries in the over from Ali Orr. Nice shots. He goes to 30. And Sussex to 42 for 1. Could be a pivotal day in the race for the county championship. I know there's still matches to go, but Hampshire 74 without loss, needing 140 to beat Yorkshire at Scarborough. But Surrey, who looked to be in a bit of trouble against Warwickshire overnight, have taken the remaining 6 Warwickshire wickets this morning. Warwickshire out for 310, which won't please Grace. And Surrey are 9 without loss, needing another 239 to win. As in comes Fletcher, bowls and Orr covers up and plays into the offside, fielded by Lyndon James, and there is no run. When I say pivotal day, I think if Hampshire were to win at Scarborough and Surrey were to lose against Warwickshire, the gap at the top would have narrowed, and very much game on. But it looks, I think you'd fancy Surrey to score those runs at the Oval, but you never know.
Another 5 for Mollyhan and Derby.
Yeah, you never know, Grace. It could happen. Kemar Roach in the wickets this morning for Surrey loss. I saw he'd taken 5. Fletcher in round the wicket, bowls or covers up, plays from the crease onto the onside, fielded by Dane Patterson. No, James Pattinson. It's very confusing, isn't it? Pattinson wide. Patterson. Luke Fletcher wanders back to his mark. He's in his 7th over. Figures of 1 for 24. He accounted for Tom Clark, who played at one outside the off stump and edged through and taken by Tom Moores behind the stumps. Fletcher past umpire Bainton, bowls and Orr is forward and plays that to backward point. Picks up another single, does Ali Orr. He goes to 31. He's pinched the bowling as well. Sussex 43 for 1 at the end of the over. Ali Orr is on 31. Finn Hudson Prentice is on 3.
Yeah, I'm enjoying Ali Orr's innings this morning. As you say, he's just come in and he's played his shots. He hasn't been too reckless, except maybe a little bit with the run in between the wickets. But he's looked good, and he's looked to take on this talented Nottinghamshire bowling attack. And he's got on to 31 not out quite quickly, just 45 balls faced.
Zach Crawley's having a desperate time, isn't he, at the moment? He made a duck in the first innings against Lancashire. He's out already this morning for 4 in the Kent second innings. Kent 6 for 2, needing another 306 to beat Lancashire.
In comes Pattinson then, and that one's short down the leg side, and Alior attempts to play it but misses, and we saw him take that on in the first innings actually and hit it over quite a large boundary down there over fine leg, but doesn't manage to get hold of that one.
Dave Bracegirdle definitely gets the prize for host of the season, Grace, doesn't he? Because when he's on commentary, he's going down and getting us coffees. And then also, what people don't know is he also brings in sweets every day. Well, perhaps the Notts fans do. And so we've nearly emptied the bag of jelly babies that he bought in.
It's Pattinson bowls in this one, slightly fuller, slightly straighter, and just flicks it into the onside, but straight to mid-wicket.
There are certain bags of sweets. I'm a real lover of wine gums and midget gems, and I just cannot open a bag of wine gums without eating them all. It's shocking, really. I'm like that with wine gums. I'm like that with crisps as well. If the bag's open, I just can't put them down. It's terrible. But wine gums are so Moorish, particularly the green ones. Green and black ones are my favourites.
Pattinson bowls again then, and this one is a play and miss, just misses everything from Alior, bringing him forward, and that is looking like a good ball, and Alior wanders off and will probably twiddle his bat in a second.
What about yourself? Are you sort of bars of chocolate, or are you?
I'm more chocolate than sweets, but yeah.
So if you had a nice bar of chocolate, could you sort of eat some and put the rest away for later in the day? No, good.
I'm not going to lie, no.
We like you, Grace.
I could not.
Yeah.
That is the downfall. Pattinson in again then. This one just squares Alior up a little bit. He comes forward and plays it quite late and into the hands of extra cover.
I think as a professional sports woman, which you are, Grace, I think you're allowed to have the odd bar of chocolate if you I think that's okay.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, nothing at all. I don't think so.
On occasion.
Yeah. So what it is? No. A helicopter flying over the ground.
I've heard the views are as good as New York. Pattinson is in again and brings Alior back again. This is a good bowling spell here from Pattinson. Just getting Alior, who's been rather aggressive, just a bit caught up here.
Yeah, and in terms of the, we were talking in the first innings about Alior. What did he make? 34. Working with Grant Flowers undoubtedly paid off for Alior this season. He's developing into a. I don't want to say too much. I don't want him to get out, but he's really improved this season. He had a good season last year, and he's continued that improvement. Is all I'll say.
In comes Pattinson then, and this one straight delivery. Alior gets behind it well and defends it to mid-on. End of the over, Sussex 43 for 1.
Yes, Alior on 31, Hudson Prentice on 3, Dane Patterson 3 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 1. Alior wants something bought out. I don't know if he's waving, as if he's waving. Yeah, I think he wants a pair of gloves. I think that's what that signal is, isn't it? Is that sort of signal like that?
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, that would be water, wouldn't it? So.
Is it water or is it gloves?
I'm not. Tell you what. Well, maybe it's because I don't bat for long enough. I've never felt the need to change my batting gloves.
Right. Okay.
And I have batted
for long. Is that because you don't bat very long?
Well, that's what I was. That's what I.
No, we know you've scored a half century, Grace, because we've seen it.
Even when I've made bigger scores when I was younger, I've never felt the need.
Right.
Some batters get through 3-4 pairs of gloves.
Yeah. Back in the day, Grace, when I used to play the very low level of cricket that I played, we had, you didn't have your own gloves and pads because you couldn't afford them, and so it was the club kit that you had to wear. As James Pattinson is running away from us. He's in and bowls and clipped away by Hudson Prentice. He's going to get a single down to deep square leg. 1 more to the total. Hudson Prentice to 4, and the total to 44 for 1. That's going to go up to in a moment's time.
The board's not changed the bowler yet.
Yeah, and it's still showing as... there we are. Is that coming up? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because no one could really afford their own kit, so the club had the kit. And, the start of a game, or when we played at the weekend, it was always the captain's responsibility to take the club kit to the game. Who's taking the kit to the game, right? And, there'll be some pads and gloves in the bag and bats, and you just have to take what was there, really. Happy days.
Simpler times.
Yeah. In comes Pattinson, round the wicket, bowls or right up in the block hole, and or jags down and plays it onto the onside. There is no run. Do you know that's the third fire engine that's gone up that road today? So I hope nothing serious is happening in Nottingham.
Have you got a 12:30?
I have, and I will go in MO, yes, because you've got one as well.
Yep.
Yeah, right, okay, let me disappear.
So Adrian's heading off next door. I'm sure I'll be interrupted with an update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Through the fullness of this, James Pattinson over. He's going round the wicket to Orr, stands with his bat held aloft, brings it down to push this up to Fletcher at mid-off. Talking about the 1977 game at Trent Bridge when the Queen came to visit. That Ashes fixture. Steve's been in touch. I was there somewhere as a 14-year-old, probably one of the kids behind Boycott and Brearley. Simon Trafford sent us a photograph earlier on. A junior season ticket gave you admission to all the Test match days. It did indeed, Steve. Yeah, I remember that. I came in on that a few times. This one's dropped on the leg side, but not the 77 one. I didn't come, I don't think, to any of the days of that. Came every day the year after the West Indies won the Grovel Test. Not sure there was a test here in 74. I can remember seeing the Indian tourists here in 74, and I think came the Pakistan ODI, which was rain interrupted at the end of the season. End of 74. It was the first ODI here, and David Lloyd scored a century for England. I think Majid Khan got one for Pakistan. Here's Pattinson, bowls onto the pads of Orr, helped down to long leg. There's a single, 45 for 1. Sussex 45 for 1. There was a really loud appeal for a run out against Tom Clark early on. Asiba Mead throwing the stumps down. Not out was the umpire's verdict, but then Clark nicked Luke Fletcher behind, so nobody minded too much. Sussex have been set to score 399 after Notts were bundled out very quickly this morning. They lost their last 3 wickets inside the first 18 minutes of the day, so 399 the target. Sussex currently 45 for 1. Next one is going to bring runs as Finn Hudson-Prentice off a thickish outside edge has guided it down past a couple of diving fielders there. Dane Patterson couldn't stop it, and it's gone for 4, and Sussex up to 49 for 1 here at Trent Bridge after 15 overs, ticking along nicely, just about 3.3 runs an over. And on what may be the final day, of course may not, another day in hand for tomorrow. I see Notts over rate has now joined Sussex's on -3, but of course Notts have got plenty of time to turn that round. Trevor's been in touch. Re-Fire Engines. Here's a Re the Fire Engines comment from your Sussex colleague, and he sent me a little news thing. Nottinghamshire Fire Brigade in attendance at a fire at County Hall in West Bridgeford. Thanks for that, Trevor. So there's no wonder they're not too far away. Hopefully nothing too serious, and they quickly get it sorted out. And Wayne has been in touch as well. So thank you to Trevor and Wayne. No doubt one or two other people will also steer us in that direction. So that's just at the back of us here, Grace.
Patterson in for his 4th over then, and the first ball is left just outside off by Ali Orr, and that one looked pretty close. Bowling well here.
Reedy's been in touch as well. So yeah, I can hear plenty of sirens, can't we? There was one game last year, there was lots and lots of black smoke blowing across the ground. There's a fire in a scrapyard not too far away from here. It's thick black choking smoke.
Patterson bowls, and I think Ali Orr thought about playing it. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he left it in the end, and that one comes through to Tom Moore again.
Worcestershire on the brink of defeat at home to Derbyshire. Worcestershire now 174 for 9, and a maiden 5-wicket haul for Anoj Dal Formerly, of course, of this parish, now very much a Derbyshire player. He's having a terrific season, a century in the match, and now a 5-wicket haul as another fire engine comes past.
Pattinson and Alior plays at this one this time, but it will just trickle down to Pattinson at a short third position.
And another one. Can't see any smoke. This is the building, Grace, with the green roof. They're all saying that's where the fire is, and all the fire engines are going there. We can just about.
It's very close, isn't it?
See the building, but there's no smoke, thankfully, billowing up into the sky or blowing across. So hopefully they've nailed it early on.
Pattinson comes in again and squares Alior up on his toes into defensive shot. He's bowling really well here. He's bowled 2 maidens and he's only gone for 1 run in his other over.
There's been probably 5 or 6 fire engines that we've had. Just saw somebody outside there with a green bib on, just sort of keeping the traffic moving outside the front there, so the fire engines can get in. But it's clearly quite serious, but I can't see anything.
This one again brings Alior back, and it looks like it keeps a little bit low, that one, as he defends it straight back to the bowler.
So 1 ball left in the over. That will be another. Adrian's been an updated BBC Radio Sussex. Bring him in after this ball to join me, and I can pass on the information we're getting. Adrian was out of the room. The building, with the green roof, Adrian, to our right, County Hall. They say there's a fire there.
Final ball of Pattinson's over is a play and a miss from Alior, and it's another very good over. Just 1 run off Pattinson's 4 overs, and Alior looking slightly uncomfortable. Bowling from the pavilion end. Sussex 49 for 1 off 16. I will pass over to Adrian.
Top stuff, Grace. More from Grace Ballinger after lunch. Put a good shift in there on the cold face she has.
Well, that's at least 4 fire engines have gone up there, Dave.
Yeah.
And I can hear more sirens.
Yeah. Well, they say it's the building with the green roof, but as I was just saying, we can't see, plumes.
Here comes another one.
Yeah, plumes of smoke going up into the sky. So hopefully they've quickly been able to quash it. But there's certainly some sort of incident there, and we can see on the live stream now one of the fire engines, but there's 4, 5, 6 gone in there. As Pattinson bowls the start of a new over to Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's on 8, and it's 49 for 1.
Strangely enough, as I walked to the ground this morning, I walked alongside the canal, and as you walk towards Trent Bridge, the fire headquarters is on the right-hand side there, Dave. Quite a big building.
You didn't stop and have a little portable barbecue on your way in, did you, or anything like that?
Very pleasant though, walking along.
Yeah.
I walked above the canal, but there's the towpath goes along, and there were people wandering along there this morning.
There's Pattinson. Andy Eastham says the fire's near the entrance hall, the entrance to County Hall. Thanks, Andy. This one's a little push and run from Hudson-Prentice. Dane Patterson shies at the stumps this time, misses, but I think he would have been home, and that's the 50 up for Sussex. Not sure whether it will be greeted with a smattering of applause. Sometimes these things are applauded, sometimes not. Depends if the spectators just want to warm their hands up a little bit. Cam has been in touch here. County Hall's on fire, Dave. Hope that helps. Yeah, thanks Cam. And John O'Bullard also sending information just to tell me that.
Well, let's hope everybody is safe. Yeah. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Yes. Pattinson in once more, fended away off his hit by Alior. Cries of catch, but nobody in there under the lid. Not so very often have a Seabermead or Ben Slater in there very close. Liam Patterson-White is at a fairly deep, a deepish short leg or a close-ish square leg. He got it on the bounce.
Jackie Pelling's been in touch. Hello, Jackie. She says, morning, Adrian. I'm seriously worried about the outcome of this match. No one seems to have settled into a good batting rhythm. It seems that every ball bowled is an ooh or an ah. I hope I'm proved very wrong. Well, certainly the running between the wickets hasn't been great in the... but they seem to have settled down now a little bit, Jackie, which is good news for Sussex.
Pattinson Bowles again worked away for a single, 51 for one. I'm hearing that fire crews are now at a blaze at County Hall in West Bridgeford, the home of Nottinghamshire County Council. The fire broke out on the first floor, just above the main entrance to the building. Nottinghamshire Fire and Rescue say they've got 5 engines currently on the scene, asking people to avoid the area around Trent Bridge.
Well, thank you for that, Dave. And it's very much public service information that we're giving there. And as I say, we did notice a lot of fire engines going in that direction. So we, I'm sure the professionals are on hand, and let's hope that everyone is safe inside that building.
Pattinson to Hudson Prentice. It's nicely behind it and defends this one.
Here comes another fire.
Another one. Yeah,
that's the 6th fire engine that's gone up there, Dave.
Yeah, you'd imagine this one's been called in from further afield, wouldn't you? They all sent to support each other, don't they? When there's sort of close by towns and cities, if there's a major blaze, they'll call extra personnel and equipment in from a little further than the immediate area. Yeah, that's probably about 6, isn't it? We've seen turn in there. Pattinson to conclude the 17th over. Hudson Prentice with an open face runs it to Montgomery, who's on the field again. The substitute fielder, 51 for one. The Sussex score. We've got about 16-17 minutes or so to go until the lunch break.
Jackie goes on to say, I saw Sir Elton at the first county ground and he was brilliant. Yeah, that was probably 2 or 3 years ago, I think. I had tickets for the Hyde Park gig a few weeks ago, but because of the train strike, there was no way I could get there. You'll love it when you get to the O2. Thank you, Jackie. Yeah, they do have concerts at Sussex. They should have had 2 this year. Michael Bublé was on last week. So all the seats are across the outfield, and they should also have had Tears for Fears, which is kind of your and my era, Dave. But that was cancelled because I think someone was injured. In comes Dane Pattinson, bowls to Alior, who covers up, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
I thought Bublé only came out at Christmas.
He's so I think it was a sellout down at home.
Yeah, well, yeah. Have you been to a concert at the O2 or been to the O2?
Yes.
No, I haven't. I mean, you see it on television. You see these whoever Michael McIntyre or Jason Manford gigs or whatever, and it looks like, crikey, there's people are about 3/4 of a mile away from the stage.
In comes Pattinson, bowls and all, just runs this one down to third man, fielded by Luke Fletcher. And there's a single to Alior, who goes to 34. Yeah, I mean, the seats it's a very steep banking. I have to say, Dave, I'm not a massive lover of huge venues for concerts. I mean, I very infrequently get to go to the Albert Hall, but that sort of size building, I love it.
Not been there.
You just feel you're really in the... But with the O2, you just feel like you're a long way away.
I'd love to go to a festival of remembrance in there. That would be terrific.
Yeah, it would be. Yeah, absolutely. In comes Pattinson, bowls and let go outside the off stump, taken by Tom Moores, and there is no run.
As an old soldier,
absolutely,
who fought for this country, I'd like to.
I would imagine it's incredibly moving, actually.
Yeah.
Always. So it's always a special occasion in November of every year. But it's a wonderful building, the Albert Hall, but it's very, very difficult because you can't get that many people in.
No.
More sirens you can probably hear in the background as in comes Dane Pattinson to bowl to Hudson Prentice. He wasn't really there. I mean, it was probably there for the drive, but Hudson Prentice didn't really get his foot to the pitch of the ball, and the ball whistled past the outside edge into the gloves of Tom Moores.
Yeah, I might be a little wary about an indoor venue of that size. I mean, I certainly. Not blaming the local arena, but I got the COVID. Certainly watching the darts in the arena. It was the only place I'd been for a fortnight, and 2 days after going in there, I was very poorly. So.
And comes Hudson Prentice this time far more positively forward, plays it into the offside. There is no run. Yeah,
different sort of crowd, the darts crowd, isn't it? All the singing and dancing and what have you.
That was that at the motor point?
Yes, yeah.
And how many people do they get in there for darts, Dave?
Oh, no, that's a good question. I can't.
But a good crowd.
I'll tell you. If I say 10,000, I might be I might be 5,000 out. I don't know. But it was absolutely packed to the rafters. But it was a good old night. But I was paying for it 48 hours later and paid for it with the cough for weeks later.
Pattinson, bowls and Hudson Prentice there was sort of caught in two minds. I think he was looking to cut that one away through backward point, but again missed out. The ball rattled through into the gloves of Tom Moores. End of the over, 52 for 1, all 34. Hudson Prentice on 9.
There's all the talk this week, of course, of Eurovision coming to these shores, and of course, famously, they were held in Brighton at the Pavilion the year ABBA won.
They did. Was that 74?
Yes, yeah.
I think it was 1974.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would imagine everybody in Brighton was there. If you talk to them, you know what it.
Yes,
I was there.
I
was there.
Yeah. Waterloo and all that, wasn't it? That won the Eurovision. Yeah.
I would imagine your morning breakfast people and what have you have sort of been on that this week, touched on it.
I'm sure
unearthed one or two people that would have been there.
I'm sure they have been, and I mean, there are various cities who I think are sort of vying to hold it, aren't they? And I imagine Brighton will probably be right up there. I would think, having hosted it in '74.
Have it in Newark. No finer place.
Well, the new thing with ABBA now is, haven't they got these, what they call them, avatars or whatever, and there's a show that's in. I understand it's packed.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that would be my cup of tea, because I'd sort of be very conscious of the fact that I'm watching robots. Or whatever it is.
Ooh.
Bouncer! This one's gone up in the air. Catch it is the cry. Catch it indeed. And Aliora has to go. And James Pattinson, with the ball of the match, has got Aliora sharply lifting Bouncer, just reared up under his chin. Aliora could only fend it off. It ballooned up in the air. Still work required for Ben Slater. Short leg, and he rushed several paces to his left, a full-length dive to catch it, and Alior, for the second time in the game, has gone to Pattinson for 34, this time caught by Ben Slater. Batted for 80 minutes, 66 balls, 5 fours. Sussex 52 for 2, all caught Slater, bowled Pattinson. What a snorter that was.
It was. I mean, Alior sort of drags himself off. He looks disappointed, but he needn't be. I mean, I think Alior, he's really progressed this season. He gets a sympathetic round of applause because that was a brute of a delivery from James Pattinson, and he was trying to fend it off. They'd set the trap. I'm not sure there was a whole par that Alior could have done about that, and the ball looped into the air. Good catch by Slater. I mean, he went herring around and took the catch. So Alior trudges up the pavilion steps at the far end, as you say, out in both innings for 34, Alior, and in both occasions a victim of James Pattinson. And that's a big breakthrough for Notts. You know, pretty much on the, well, say not on the stroke of lunch, but not far. You know, just feel if, you know, still an enormous job for Sussex. But if, you know, Hudson Prentice and all could have got through to the lunch break one down, you're thinking, well, come on, let's get through another half hour after lunch. But Alior is gone, and it brings Chicheshwar Pujara. And this, you feel that this is crucial.
Yeah.
You know, all the time Pujara is there. If others can bat around him, Sussex have got the merest of chances.
Yeah, if somebody can get 3 double hundreds in an English domestic season, they can get 4 double hundreds, and everybody in the ground will be aware of that, and certainly in the Nottinghamshire camp.
There's another fire engine, Dave.
Yeah.
So that's at least. So we don't want to be alarmist, because that's not what we're about. But it's just reporting the fact that at least now 6 fire engines have gone up that road.
But unless the wind's blowing in the other direction,
I can't see any smoke.
I'm sure we would have seen.
No, I agree. I can't see any smoke at all. So anyway, let's keep everything crossed.
Our earlier correspondents celebrating their anniversary in the Hound Road stand. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, good.
You know, if people can see smoke sort of blowing in the other direction, but certainly from here we can't see any, can we?
No, it's not, you can't even smell anything.
No,
we've got the windows open here in the commentary box.
What a ball that was! From
yes, it was
James
a brute.
Pattinson.
It was, absolutely. Yeah. That's what you get your overseas for, Dave.
Crikey! 6th wicket of the game. Here he comes now to bowl to Pujara. Nice and full. This is clipped on the leg side, and Pujara away. First ball. And again, you have to say that the feature of that was just how much time he seemed to have. Just got into position, just played it on the leg side. Couple of runs, thank you very much. Up and running.
John has been in touch. John Malone, I'll read his email at the end of the over.
Kirsty, our producer, sent a photograph that has been forwarded to her of smoke on the front entrance, or the back entrance as we look round the other side. There is smoke blowing away in the other direction. Next delivery on its way, and again Pujara with time eases this into the offside. for a couple of runs. If you're looking for omens, you might be cheered up, Sussex supporters, by the way he's played those first 2 balls.
Yeah, a couple of nice shots, weren't they?
Very much so. He's away. Brace of 2s.
Yeah, so hi Adrian, Grace and Dave, says John. He says, I'm a little late on parade due to a visit to the garden centre hydrangea purchasing.
Oh.
I know, hydrangea, what's a hydrangea? It's obviously a flower, but I'm not sure whether they're multicoloured.
I hope you're not looking in this direction.
Hydrangea purchasing. Finish the email at the end of the over, John.
We do have a result, Adrian, as well to bring to the listeners, as this is dropped on the leg side. No run. The first result of this round of matches. Worcestershire all out for 190. Derbyshire have defeated Worcestershire at New Road.
Yeah, a good season, Derbyshire, and not out of the... I mean, one of the problems with this season is we're not... we think it's sort of 2 up, 2 down, but I don't think anyone's really sure what's going to happen next season. But the Derbyshire just sort of keeping a little bit of pressure on those around the top. Glamorgan and Middlesex are all chasing knots.
Some match for Anudge Doubt. A century and a maiden 5 for as well. Pattinson to Pajara down the leg side. Moores with a tumbling take. End of... No, it's not. It's just the 5th ball. 56 for 2.
They're right on their toes here, the Notts fielders, aren't they? I mean, they know this is the big one. Pajara goes and... You feel that Notts have got sort of 1 foot over the line, really. But if the great man can stay, and who knows?
Great credit to Ben Slater as well, because he's close in with the helmet on when he took that catch. Just finish the point in a second, because Pattinson coming down the runway, bowls to Pajara, plays it on the leg side. Pattinson thought he was through. Pajara defied him. End of the over. Applause for James Pattinson. He got the wicket in the over, but what a ball. And he gets a touch of hands from Ben Slater. But fielding that close in at short leg with the helmet on, there had to be a point there with the helmet on where Slater would have lost that, because he'd have gone up in the air. But he did terrifically well to make his ground and put in the diving catch.
He did. He was around very quickly. So to finish off John's email, late on parade due to hydrangea purchasing. Might send us a picture of a hydrangea, John. As in comes Dane Patterson racing in from the pavilion in bowls to Hudson Prentice, who clips this firmly to mid-on. And there is no run, fielded there by Luke Fletcher. Hydrangea purchasing and a road closure, which had diversions down tractor lanes in sunny Hancombe, Pevensey. Anyway, back...
It all sounds glorious. Yeah. Hancombe, Pevensey.
And Pevensey is sort of towards Eastbourne. Anyway, back now, so hopefully watch a little on the stream. Lads just have to settle down and bed themselves in and not rely on Pajara. I will put the plants in later after a good watering today for them. I concur with previous callers. He's enjoyed the commentary, which is lovely. Thank you, John. In comes Patterson bowls. Hudson Prentice hit on the thigh pad. Or maybe somewhere more painful. In fact, Dave Patterson, to be fair, is saying, I think I hit you on the thigh pad. Hudson Prentice has gone down as if he's been shot. Now drags himself to his feet. I wonder if that was actually in the painful area.
Yeah, well, he's trying to gulp in some fresh air. He's getting words of encouragement from Chiteshwar Pujara.
Oh dear, there goes another fire engine, Dave.
Yeah.
In exactly the same direction. So whatever's happening in County Hall, which is not far from us, we're hearing that there is a fire. And judging by the amount of fire crews that have turned up, and it's obviously very serious what's happening. So we try and keep everybody abreast of it. I'm sure the local BBC station, which is only up the road from here, they'll be on top of it, I'm sure. In comes Patterson, running in, bowls to Pajara, but Pajara doesn't. He bowls to Hudson Prentice. Concentrate, Adrian, and there is no run.
Yeah, are there any BBC journalists on the scene? Well, there's those 2 idiots at Trent Bridge who are looking out the window and can't even see any smoke.
No, we can't. We can't. So John goes, I finished John's email. He says, I'll put the plants in later after a good watering. I concur with previous. He's enjoyed the commentary. Bexhill on sea a little overcast with sunbursts, but warm enough. I think the sea's lovely and warm this year, John. I don't know if you ever venture down to and have a little paddle. Comes Patterson over the wicket bowls, and Hudson Prentice plays that well, actually. Swayed and watched the ball all the way through into the gloves of Tom Moores. And there is no run. So thank you for getting in touch. Get your hydrangeas in. Get your water. Might not be able to water with a hose for much longer if if you believe what's been said on the news. All sorts of talk about But you know, in the winter it'll hose down, won't it? And then all this water will run away, and we'll say we should have more reservoirs. So anyway, it has been very, very dry down in the.
Well, everywhere, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, Dane Pattinson sets off without the ball. Has to go back and fetch it.
Now Scott's been in touch from Bangkok. He was in touch yesterday with Scott, listening over in Thailand. Comes Pattinson, bowls, Hudson Prentice. Oh, that didn't miss the off stump by fair. In fact, it's not taken cleanly by Tom Moores, and that's going to be a bye. So another run for Sussex, 57. Or has that gone up already? Crumbs, this scoreboard's quick. Oh, no, there it goes. I was going to say, Crumbs, that would have been quick. 57 for 2. And it brings Pajara on to strike. Scott says, how's the weather today? Hopefully nothing to affect play. Here it's 30 degrees as usual, but at least the rain has stopped now. I just opened a beer, and I'm settling in for a relaxing evening, enjoying the game and the commentary. So that's very kind of you, Scott.
Yep.
A beer, 30 degrees. It's always sort of 30 degrees. I wonder if it gets a bit boring when it's 30 degrees all the time. What if they look forward to a bit of frost and snow? In comes Hutton, bowl to Bajara, beats him outside the off stump. Good delivery, taken by Tom Moores. End of the over, 57 for 2. Bajara on 4, Hudson Prentice on 9. I wonder if it ever gets cold in Bangkok, or whether there's a time of year when the locals say, well, better put a jumper on. Probably never, I don't know. Is that sort of a climate, very humid and...
Is it Tiger beer? Is that what they have there?
I think it might be, Dave. Yeah, that rings a bell.
I'm sure other beers are available, but as they say on the BBC. But
yes. Yeah,
57 for 2. I know my good chum Franklin Stevenson says they always say it's 28 degrees every day in Barbados all year round, as this is played on the leg side. He says they always say that, the travel companies and the holiday people. He says it's an absolute nonsense, Dave. They just say that because for all the people who don't like it really hot, he says it's usually a lot hotter. I've had one or two, I won't say slightly chilly days in Barbados over the years, but there's been 1 or 2 days where it's been cloudy and hasn't really got much above the mid-20s, but generally very, very nice. There's Pattinson bowls, and this is eased into the offside. Very fortunate, not had a long run of pre-season years going out there and getting themselves ready in the Caribbean. Went with them a few times, very fortunate.
Lovely. You were talking earlier on in the match, Dave, about a commentator you'd worked for BBC Radio Sussex, and his name was Simon something. We were trying to think who it was. Well, it was Simon Levinson, who you worked with in a previous game here at Trent Bridge.
There's Pattinson. Bowls, nice looking shot by Hudson Prentice. I'll tell you what, I can do him no greater credit than by nearly calling him Pajara. It was that good a shot. Well fielded, a Seba Mead.
Wow.
Done really well out there. He saved a single and fired in a really good throw from over in front of the Larwood and Vaux stand over the top. Good stuff. Hamid, 60 for 2. Hudson Prentice on to 12. Yes, Simon.
Yeah, so he's been in touch, actually. So Levo, as we call him, Levo, is listening.
Yeah.
And he was just actually saying about some of the reports on social media about events at County Hall here in Nottingham. But good to hear from you, Levo. And Dave was remembering you earlier in the match.
It's Pattinson in and bowls, and this is steered into the offside. In case he wondered, why were they remembering me? We were talking about the times that you'd been here, and I said, I remember one game with, and it was definitely a Simon, and we had to put our heads together. And I can remember. I can remember Simon. You know, one of the many things I enjoyed about your company was you were telling me about going to watch football matches in Albania. This is clipped away nicely by Pajara. He'll get a couple of runs here on the legs. He won't. He'll get 4. Just raced away from Liam Patterson-White. So we often see with James Pattinson, he's got that wicket-taking potency, but he is always likely to go for a few runs. The ball comes onto the bat very, very quickly, and as a consequence, it sometimes goes off the bat quickly. 64 for 2, James Pattinson. 1 for 32, and he's still got 1 ball left in his 8th over.
I think he's been to all sorts of places around Europe watching football as Simon. Big Albion fan.
Yeah, football in Albania. This is played up to Fletcher at mid-on, end of the over. I presume you mean Brighton and Hove rather than the West Bromwich variety.
Yeah.
Or the Burton variety.
Yes. So I've rather ruined it because we know that John has very kindly sent us a photograph of what name the flower? That's a hydrangea, which is white. I wonder if other colours are available, John, or whether a hydrangea is always white.
I would guess all the colours are available. But,
yes. Yes, I think you're right.
To reiterate, you're not dealing with a specialist here.
In comes Dane Patterson, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's forward, plays into the covers. There is no run.
Derbyshire understandably happy with their victory over Worcestershire, but they also make the point, what a comeback, considering we were 14 for 5 on the first morning. So that is a great comeback for Derbyshire, isn't it, to win that one? 14 for 5. It was Dylan Pennington, wasn't it, who ripped through the top order on that first morning at the start of the week. So 14 for 5, and to go on to win the game, they've done very well indeed.
Patterson bowls Hudson Prentice, lets that go outside of the off stump, taken by Moores, and there is no run. I'm mindful that we are commentating here with just sort of almost a constant sound of sirens around Trent Bridge at the moment. So we. It is.
You just wonder how many fire. There's two there.
There's two more fire.
How many fire engines are required, and it is.
That's
slightly unnerving and worrying.
It is. No, it is.
They still keep
coming in.
Coming.
Patterson is in and bowls. Hudson Prentice up on his toes, plays into the offside. There is no run. It's a fire engine in a sort of a smaller, looks like a tender or a van. So that's at least 7 we've counted going up there, Dave. Anyway,
I guess not for me to look for positives. Just keep saying hope everybody's okay and minimal damage. But in the daytime, at least. You can quickly get people, you can quickly access people, and everybody was aware, obviously, when it happened and whatever. It's when they start in quiet areas at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it takes for ages for anybody to notice it.
Indeed, Patterson in bowls. Hudson Prentice, who nudges that one through the slip cordon. They've taken a single, that's all okay. Good chase back by Liam Patterson-White, prevents anything more than a single.
You did make the point, didn't you? Stephen Mullaney looking up in this direction and waving, and one or two other players were waving. I wonder if they'd started to see smoke billowing or something behind us. And
possibly.
That's what they were all looking at.
He did wave earlier on. Scott's been back in touch. He says, from Thailand, and he says Tiger beer is available, but he says, I think that's Japanese, ?
Oh, right.
But I like the local Singer beer, Sangha. It's a decent beer. Other beers are available.
That one, yeah.
He talks there about snow. In comes Patterson bowls. Pajara forward, plays that to mid-on and takes a single. Luke Fletcher slightly on his heels. Oh! Well, he's slightly on his heels, but he throws the ball in casually, and the ball whistles in and knocks 2 stumps out of the ground. Hudson Prentice was home, but my word, that was a good bit of fielding. Having got to the ball, he just threw the stumps down, did Luke Fletcher. Pajara goes to 9, 66 for 2. The locals love the idea of snow because they've never experienced it. The coldest it's been in the 18 years I've lived in Bangkok is 12 degrees, which felt plenty cold when it's usually 30 every day. Winter here is December, and it's usually 25 degrees in the day.
Well, the morning session has gone, as this is dropped on the leg side. That may well be the end of the session. 66 for 2. It is indeed. The players are going to leave the field with 5 wickets going down in the session. I'll have an update to do for Radio Nottingham in just a moment. Sussex 143 out yesterday. Notts in their second innings, 301 all out today. They lost their last 3 wickets in 18 minutes for 27 runs and have reduced Sussex to 66 for 2 at lunch. There is that update. Lunchtime now at Trent Bridge as they leave the field. Sussex 66 for 2 in their second innings. They've been set to score 399, so another 333 required. Cheteshwar Pujara probably holds the key. The Indian player, star player, is at the crease. 9 not out. Wickets for Luke Fletcher and James Pattinson. Earlier, Notts lost their last 3 wickets as they were bowled out for 301. So Sussex set to score 399 at lunch. They're 66 for 2. So there's the little update. There's a presentation on the outfield. A Seba Mead, I can see there receiving a prize from the club sponsors. I would imagine that's something along the lines of Player of the Month for wherever we are. What are we in now? July. So it's either for June or indeed for this month. But there's a sponsors prize for Seba Mead, who's been amongst the runs this season. Quick comment before they go to lunch?
Yeah, I think it was always going to be a tall order for Sussex, wasn't it? They lost a couple of wickets in the session. I think you summed it up really, Dave. Much relies on Pujara here. It's a tall order even for a master batsman like him. Someone's got to bat around him. Knott's still firmly in the driving seat. Just a couple of quick emails before we go to lunch.
Yeah, sure.
Satbeer from Australia has been watching on YouTube. It's been great to see the likes of Pujara in the county circuit. An opportunity for local talent to learn from one of the best. In terms of this game, if Pujara makes another 200, the rest just need to make 140. Given his form, it's not out of the realms of possibility. And actually, James Kirtley was saying last night, with young Archie Lennon batting at the other end, I mean, what better net practice can you get than batting with the great man? And Clive has been in touch to say that in terms of hydrangeas, they're pink, blue, white and mauvish, but the colour is often driven by the iron content in the soil. If you buy a white one in your garden centre, it may not stay true in your garden.
Just looking, hopefully we can see this as a positive sign. A couple of fire engines are now coming away, although they're coming away with the sirens on. I was hoping that, go and chill, fellas. Perhaps they've been called away somewhere else, but a couple of fire engines have left the scene. I know people do like the luxury of being able to send sort of a longer message. Adrian, do you just want to pop the email address out there again if anybody wants to get in touch?
Yes, of course. It's sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Just to finish, Clive, he says, I have one hydrangea that has blue and pink flowers on the same plant, which is odd. But thank you for your messages, and happy anniversary to our friends at the far end. 22 years today.
Very much so. I can only echo that, and thanks to Clive for getting in touch with his hydrangeas. Thanks to Grace, thanks to Adrian, as ever. Enjoyed their company. Folks, we're a little late. We're going to go and have a little break. The players, I can see on the caption on the live stream, play will restart at 1:42. Rest assured we'll be here and ready to go in time for that. Hope you'll join us then.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge then. In the third day of the County Championship, Nottinghamshire versus Sussex. It will be Pajara and Hudson Prentice to come in for the start of the second session, and it looks like it will be Luke Fletcher to open the bowling.
We had a wonder, didn't we, Grace? We went out and stretched our legs, had a little look in the middle. You, the professional cricketer, what did you glean from our little visit out into the middle during the luncheon interval?
Yeah, well, it's definitely less green than it was, wasn't it, on the first couple of days? A little bit less in it for the bowlers, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think it's one of the better wickets that we've seen in the County Championship. In my opinion, it's something that we've spoke about a lot the last couple of days, and yeah, I think it's a fairly fair wicket, quite even between the batters and bowlers, which is good.
It's been an enjoyable match. I know Sussex supporters will all go, "Whoa, what are you talking about?" But as Adrian has pointed out, there's been a bit in it, hasn't there, for the bowlers throughout the game and in recent matches up and down the country. We've had a lot of day 3, day 4 flat wickets, but not here as Fletcher gets things underway. This one past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Not in this game. Of course, it remains to be seen what will happen during the course of this innings, but over the first 2 days it's moved on nicely. A reminder that Sussex set to score 399, 66 for 2. They've lost Clark for 5 and Ali Orr for 34. An absolute brute of a ball from James Pattinson to get rid of Ali Orr. Looks like Pattinson, by the way, has changed his shirt, and he's got that one that all the letters have dropped off and the number. Fletcher bowls, and this one's angled down on the 45. Good stop by Asib Ahmed. We obviously were reporting about all the fire engines and the reported fire at County Hall. I have to say, we went down in the middle, Grace. We couldn't see any smoke or anything. Obviously, the fire engines will have been on site for half an hour, 45 minutes or so by the time we went down there, but no evidence of any smoke. And we talked to one or two spectators as well, and they hadn't seen any smoke either. So clearly all confined round the other side, but didn't blow this way. It's Fletcher bowls, little push and run into the offside. Slater, who caught Ali Orr there, wonderful catch. Could do nothing but fend it off his nose end, really. Does the fielding, 67 for 2. You had a little look and were tapping up the head groundsman Steve Burks as to which will be the 100 wickets, I think, for your match.
Yeah, it was good to have a chat to him. Obviously, played here a couple of times with Lightning, and yeah, we'll be up here in a few weeks with London Spirit. So
he'll boo you then, you know. Here's Fletcher bowls into the pads. There's an appeal here, but always looked as if it was going down the leg side. Finn Hudson Prentice doing the fielding. Nice of Steve actually to let us in on the fact that they're all sat listening to us this morning. So if you've still got it on, to all the ground staff, I guess all the ground staff, not only here but up and down the country. I think what a terrific job they do.
Yeah, definitely, especially with an international ground like Trent Bridge. It's so many games played on it, aren't they? Must be pretty stressful.
Yes. Fletcher into his 8th over. This one's driven up to mid-off. 2 men out. Tom Clark caught by Tom Moores from the bowling of Luke Fletcher for 5. Ali Orr caught by Slater, bowled Pattinson for 34. Unlucky 34 for Ali Orr in every sense, because he was out in both innings for 34 to James Pattinson. Both openers have gone. Hudson Prentice and Pujara at the crease now. Carter and Coles listed to be the next two to come in. It's Fletcher bowls. LBW appeal here strangled. Didn't seem as if it had enough force or emphasis behind it to attract the umpire's attention, really. End of the opening over of the afternoon, and a couple of runs have come from it. 68 for 2.
Good start from Luke Fletcher in the second session, just putting it in good places. Got Pajara caught up a couple of times, and yeah, decent start. That's the key now, isn't it, for Notts? Pajara's the man they want out, and as we've said before, he's scored 3 double tons this year in the County Championship, and he's got time to do it today.
Yeah, I mean, they won't take their eye off what needs to be done at the other end as well. I want to keep nipping them out, but clearly Pujara is the big one.
Pattinson in from the pavilion end. First ball brings Hudson Prentice into a defensive stroke into Hamid, who throws that strangely.
Well, he's the ball polisher,
to
Pattinson
point.
Wide, who he's thrown the ball to, and he's thrown it from cover to a deepish goal. In fact, they're just changing fielding positions now.
That would make sense.
You look at his left trouser leg, flannels, his cricket whites there are no longer cricket whites. There's a smear of green on the front where he's been diving, and then a smear of red where he's been polishing the ball.
Passing in again and again brings Hudson Prentice forward. Ends up playing the stroke with just one hand on the bat. Good ball again by Pattinson. I've been impressed with him today.
One result in so far then, Derbyshire with quite a comprehensive win in the end by 98 runs over Worcestershire at New Road. The other Division 2 game, which finishes today, that started on Monday, seems to be heading for a draw. Durham 36 without loss in their second innings. They lead Middlesex by 2. Can't really see where that will go.
It's Pattinson bowls and this one down leg. Is there a tickle? There's an appeal, but not a big one, and not even the bowler appealed for that one. A slight appeal by Tom Moores and just strayed of his line a bit there, Pattinson.
Division 1, well, it's going to be a draw at Chelmsford. Almost a bit of a waste of 4 days there. Essex 505 for 9 declared. Somerset 480 for 3. Tom Abel. It's an interesting scorecard, or not, as the case may be, in that it shows Tom Abel retired hurt 90. Lewis Goldsworthy retired hurt 34.
Pattinson in and full ball and driven away nicely by Hudson Prentice, and there's no protection out on that offside as it races away for 4.
This scorecard, I'm just looking at it at Chelmsford to Somerset. Renshaw 146, Lammonby 17, Abel retired not out 90, Bartlett 24, Goldsworthy retired not out 34, Rue, the young he's a young wicket-keeper batsman, is 50 not out, and then coming in at 367, Tom Banton not out 93 with 11 fours and 4 sixes from 89 balls.
Pattinson in again and a better ball this time, better length, better line, and Hudson Prentice just defends it into the offside.
The other games then at Cheltenham College, Gloucestershire 248 for 6 in their second innings, lead Northants by 86. Kent require 277 more to beat Lancashire at Old Trafford, but they are 35 for 3 in their second innings. Surrey need 198 more to defeat Warwickshire at the Oval. They're 50 without loss, and Hampshire need 89 more to defeat Yorkshire at Scarborough with all 10 wickets left.
Passing in again then, and they're playing a miss, and is that a snick? It is, and Hudson Prentice holds his shape as he gets a fine edge there through to Tom Moores, the keeper, and that is a big wicket, well bowled from Pattinson. Sussex now 72 for 3.
Yes, not starting this session with a little bit of a bang. Finn Hudson Prentice out for 17 as we welcome back Adrian to join Grace.
Yeah, and just what Sussex didn't want. Just after lunch, Finn Hudson Prentice having hit a boundary in that. I didn't think it was the most convincing boundary that he played. He seemed to be slightly playing away from his body, but Hudson Prentice innings game is in there for 82 minutes, faced 50 balls, a couple of boundaries. And Sussex in real trouble here. I mean, it's so much depends on Pujara, but I mean, even if Pujara were to make a double 100, someone's got to bat around him. Someone's got to stay with the great man, and the top 3 are all now gone as far as Sussex are concerned. Next man in is Ollie Carter, who had a very big score down at Cardiff a couple of weeks ago, 192 from memory, 188. But with all due respect to the Glamorgan attack, this is a different kettle of fish. Pattinson, Fletcher roaring in. Ollie Carter, who's actually on a pair, as I say. Then James Coles, Archie Lenham. So these are all young players. Ollie Carter's only 20, James Coles 18, Archie Lenham 18. It's asking a huge amount of these youngsters to try and bat around Pujara. But here comes Luke Fletcher. running away for us. 72 for 3. He's in and bowls to Pajara. Pajara is forward, plays it onto the onside. They're going to go through for a single. The Sussex running has been a bit frantic, and I mean there was always a single there, but I thought Carter was a little slow setting off nonetheless. Pajara picks up a single. He goes to 11. What was on the lunchtime menu, Grace?
I went for a smoked salmon and cream cheese sandwich with a bit of salad. It was quite nice, actually.
That sounds very nice.
Had that yesterday as well. Very pleasant.
That's going to impress the coach of the London Spirit if you're having such a healthy. You didn't go for the fish and chips.
Not this time, though.
I'm impressed. Fletcher. 3 slips go down. The sun comes out at Trent Bridge. In and bowls to Carter. Carter solidly forward. A ball of good length. That's a no ball. And Sussex will get a couple of additional runs, which they'll be very gratefully received. 75 for 3, but the runs required to win on the lowest part of the scoreboard. Sussex require 324 more to win, so that's a tall order for Sussex. If you'd like to get in touch with us during the afternoon, it's been lovely to have your emails and your tweets and your texts throughout the game. Well, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Get in touch, let us know what you're up to this afternoon, where you're listening from. As in comes Fletcher, bowls to Carter, who's beaten outside the off stump. That was a good delivery by Luke Fletcher. You have to say, I mean, you're a bowler, Grace. It's just the way that they rarely seem to waste a ball, these Nottinghamshire bowlers. I mean, pretty much everything the batsmen had to play out, they're probing away outside of the off stump, and there's very few gimmies.
Yeah, I think that's what's been most impressive. I mean, from Pattinson and Patterson in the first innings as well, they're just bowling so many good balls, and what you want as a batter is like a loose ball early on to get you away, and they haven't been afforded that.
Fletcher in bowls, and there again, ball right on middle and off, and Carter has to plays it into the offside, and there is no run. Yeah, there's no real opportunity to get after these bowlers, is there? I mean, you know, they're putting the ball in good areas, making the batsman play.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of lineups, you often, as a batting unit, think to target a certain bowler.
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely.
There might be a bowler that you target, but
yeah.
Here I'm just not sure what they'll be saying in the Sussex dressing room. There's not really a bowler you can target.
In comes Fletcher again, bowls, and Carter's hit on the thigh pad, I think. We'll wait and just see whether that's a run or whether it's come off the thigh pad. It is a run, so Ollie Carter has avoided picking up a pair. The ball just running backward of square on the onside, and Sussex go to 76 for 3 on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Holmes, Grace Ballinger, Dave Bracegirdle, your commentary team for the last 2 days. It's been a lot of fun, and whether we will get to day 4 is debatable. We shall see. I think a lot will depend on the man who's on strike now. Cheteshwar Pujara. He's 11 not out. He faces Fletcher. Pujara solidly forward, plays him to the offside, and there is no run. Top score for Sussex in the first innings, making 49.
I reckon he'll need a few more than that in the second innings.
I think he'll need about 249. He's made 3 double hundreds this season, against Derbyshire, against Durham, and against Leicestershire, I think it was, in the last game at Hove. 3 double hundreds Pujara has made. Sussex would love another one now. Fletcher in bowls, Pujara solidly forwards, a ball of good length, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. And without being in any way derisory to any of those 3 attacks, and certainly the Durham attack, had Matthew Potts in it, who bowled a really good spell to Pujara at Hove down the hill. That was long before people were talking about him in England terms. But this is undoubtedly the best attack in Division 2 of the County Championship, and this is going to be hard going for Sussex.
Yeah, it will, and they've just got to try and dig in, haven't they? It's so tough, as you say, young middle order, inexperienced middle order, but at the same time, it's a great opportunity for them.
Oh, it is. Yep. Make a name for yourself. Yeah, Ollie Carter is 20, James Cole's 18, and Archie Lenham 18. The next 2 to come in. Sussex without Tom Alsop, who's been in such good form for Sussex this season, and the skipper Tom Haynes for this match through injury.
Patterson in then, first ball at Ollie Carter, and it's an edge but just does not carry to Lyndon James in at third slip. Got Joe Clark in first slip, Ben Duckett in second slip, and Lyndon James in third slip.
Very interesting chat that Dave was having last night with Kevin Shine up here in the commentary box the last few overs of the day, talking about the bowlers who were in practising yesterday for Nottinghamshire, who were playing different forms of cricket. So Stuart Broad was in. Some of the players who are going to the 100 were in, doing various routines.
Pattinson bowls again, and this time outside off and left alone as it goes through to Tumbles.
And he was making the point that, you know, whilst certainly the players are going off to play in the 100, I think he was, Dave was talking about Jake Ball, who I believe is going to play for the Welsh Fire. That the feeling here at Notts is that all the players are in it together and it's all part of the club, and this is the home club, and this is where they come to get their advice and their physio and their strength and conditioning. It was a really interesting chat with that Kevin Shine had with Dave last night.
In comes Pattinson again, and again outside off and left alone by Carter.
And he was talking as well about Stuart Broad, and, you know, obviously he's now getting himself ready to play in these Test matches which are coming up against South Africa, and he said he knows exactly what he needs to do and what his preparation needs to be, and that involves coming here into Trent Bridge. That first Test match, must have a look and see when that comes up. Actually, it can't be that far away. I was talking to someone yesterday, I couldn't remember whether it was a 2 or 3 match series. Sorry, 3 or 4 match series. Starts on 17th of August.
It's Pattinson bowls, and this one full on the stumps, and Carter gets forward nicely and plays it into the offside, but straight to the extra cover fielder.
Yeah, it's a 3 test series. So England against South Africa at Lord's starting on the 17th of August. Then 25th of August at Old Trafford. And then the 8th of September at the Oval. And that'll be the end of the test matches. Lots of T20. There's another one coming up tonight in Cardiff. Of course, the 100 getting underway in a week or so's time as well.
In comes Pattinson, and this one back of a length and pushes Carter back, and he just pats it back. It's Pattinson.
Have you got the date of that first match sort of etched in your memory?
It's slightly different for the women because of the Commonwealth Games. We play one less fixture than the men. I think our
I
first
didn't realise
game...
that. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit different this year, so us down in London, we're not playing against Manchester Originals.
Right.
That's the team we're not playing. I think the first game should be the 8th of August, or it might be the 10th for us anyway.
Right, okay. I'll double check that.
In comes Pattinson again, and this one a little bit leg side-ish and just flicks slightly uppish by Carter as it will run away. But it probably won't be 4 down to that long boundary. Will they get back for 3? They will, as Ben Slater does the work out there. He's fielded nicely, and that ends the over. Carter moves on to 4 not out. Sussex 79 for 3.
Yeah, so London Spirit, if you want to see Grace in action, let's hope she plays, playing the Southern Brave on the 12th of August, which is a Friday. Then London Spirit are playing at Headingley. It's the Northern Superchargers. That's an early start, actually, Grace.
11 o'clock start.
They're not oversleep that day. It's 11 o'clock start at Headingley. And then London Spirit are playing here against the Trent Rockets. That's on the 20th of August. And then you're playing the Welsh Fire at Lord's Wednesday the 24th of August.
That's our first game at Lord's.
Well, how exciting is that going to be? In comes Luke Fletcher running away from us. 3 slips go down, comes into bowl to Ollie Carter. Carter looks to fleck that on the onside. Ooh, crumbs. I don't know if he got a little nick on that, because I was thinking that looked as if it was going to be... if that could have been a good shout from Luke Fletcher. In fact, he sort of pulled out of the appeal halfway through. Carter remains on 4. Dave is with us because he's going to have an update to do to his listeners on BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment.
Yeah, just loitering with intent to bring Grace back in a second. In about 20 minutes or so, or half an hour, whenever he pops in to see us. Steve Lamotti will be popping in for a few minutes, the Notts Heritage Officer, just to tell us what's going on.
Fletcher in and bowls. Carter solidly forward, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. I'll just look up details of that Ollie Carter innings to give the Sussex supporters some hope. That was down at Cardiff. He made 185. The Sussex total of 376. And he then made, in the second innings, 88 from memory, yes. So he did a game down in Cardiff, did Ollie Carter, but rather missed out at Lord's, and he missed out in the first innings here, so he'll be keen to make amends. Fletcher. In and bowls, Carter forward, ball of good length, plays onto the onside, no run.
Tough ask, a keeper and a top order batter, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's obviously a very talented young man.
I mean, I think it's tough if he's kept a long time and then you're in at 5. That's. I'll never forget that innings from Chris Reed, his farewell match at home. When Notts were in a bit of trouble actually.
They were.
I think Joffre had got some wickets, and I think that was the day Joffre got his county cap. Actually,
it was. I've got a photo of that somewhere. Yeah,
and
him and Billy Root each getting hundreds.
In comes Fletcher and bowls, and Carter drives without timing to mid off, and there is no run. Yeah, I did from memory. Notts needed to avoid defeat in that game, and just for a while, they were just rocking a little.
Yep.
But Chris Reed, I mean. Where would he bat? 7, 8?
7.
Yeah.
7, yeah.
And is he still involved here or not? Or is he doing other things now, Chris, Dave?
Did have one or two. Fletcher's going to bowl. I'll come back in a sec.
Yeah, runs away from us. 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and Carter this time covers up, plays right in front of his stumps, plays into the offside. There is no run.
He's been the cricket master at a couple of the leading public schools around. I think he's still at Repton.
Right. Okay.
But a couple of years, I think the first 2 summers after he'd finished playing, he came back during the school summer holidays, if you like, and was very much part of the coaching staff for the Blasts as then. But then, of course, we got into the COVID years, and I'll be honest, I've not seen Chris for a couple of years now.
Yeah. I'll leave you with Dave, because we're about to have an update to the listeners in Nottingham.
We are indeed. Here's Fletcher. Into bowl. That's a really good delivery, good carry from Fletcher. Carter pushing at that one, and the ball goes through to the keeper. There will be that update in just a second. 79 for 3. Men out in this innings. Clark for 5. That was the first wicket to go down. There was a shout for him to be run out before he'd scored, survived that, but then nicked Luke Fletcher behind. And then Ali Orr with one of the most brutal deliveries you could ever wish to see. Banged in short by Pattinson, got up, he could only sort of, in an act of self-preservation, fend it off his nose, and Ben Slater took the catch at short leg. Single taken by Pujara. Where Sussex are now 80 for 3. Remember, they've been set to score a colossal 399 to defeat Nottinghamshire. Plenty of time all the rest of today and all day tomorrow if they need it. But they've lost 3 top-order wickets before lunch. Wickets to Luke Fletcher and and James Pattinson, I beg your pardon. But since lunch, Dane Patterson has added his name to those wicket takers, getting rid of Hudson Prentice, caught behind by Tom Moores. Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian Test star, is out there. He's on 12, may well hold the key as to how long this game lasts. Sussex 80 for 3 in pursuit of 399.
Just hearing there in the news the death of Bernard Cribbins at 93, but a wonderful man, Bernard Cribbins. And I don't know, Grace, you'd be too young to watch the original, but I don't know if you've ever watched 40 Towers.
Yeah, I have. No, I have. Okay. My dad liked it, yeah.
Well, your dad's got good taste, because there's just... It was such a funny programme. In comes Patterson racing in from the pavilion and bowls to Pujara, who drives to mid-off. And there is no run. And Bernard Cribbins was in an episode of 40 Towers where there was meant to be a food inspector coming to the hotel. And... Basil Fawlty got Bernard Cribbins confused with the food inspector. It's a hilarious episode. It really is.
You can't see it because it was Jock getting his county cap.
Joffre. Oh, that's 2017 at home. Ah, wonderful. Yeah, Joffre. That was Chris Reed's last day. In comes Patterson, running in and bowls. Pujara lets that go, taken by Tom Moores, and there is no run. Yes, it was one of those series, 40 Towers, where they just made the right amount of episodes. They didn't sort of overcook it and try and make some more or make them even more funny. But, yeah, well, I would concur with you, Dad. Yeah, if that many. Yeah, it was, no more than that. But they were all, well, just appealed to my sense of humour, really. They were classically funny. And If ever you wanted cheering up, sit down and watch an episode of 40 Towers. Anyway, Bernard Cribbins was in one and sadly passed away today at the age of 93. In comes Pattinson over the wicket, bowls. Pujara plays him to the offside. It's a point that Dave made, Grace. You know, with the good batsman, and you know, you'd put Pujara almost amongst the. I don't know if great is too strong, but he's a wonderful player for India down the years. The good batsman just seemed to have so much time, and he just seemed to have time, doesn't he, Pujara? I mean, Pattinson has been asking questions of him, and he's up to the task. It's a terrific contest, and Pattinson will know he's bowling to one of the top players in the world, and there's a lot of respect all round. In he comes, bowls, and Pujara's forward. Good contest. Pujara just playing it out into the offside. There is no run. It's a good contest post-lunch here at Trent Bridge, where Sussex are 81 for 3. Pujara on 12. Carter is on 5. Pattinson 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 13. And that almost makes the point about these Notts bowlers do not give you an awful lot to hit. Luke Fletcher, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. There's very few loose deliveries for these Sussex batsmen to get after. And I guess that's one of the issues here, that Notts have got all the time in the world. There's no scoreboard pressure on Notts. It's not as if Sussex are closing in on the total. At the minute, it's all about survival.
As in comes Fletcher then for the first ball of his 11th over, and it's straight, a bit too straight, as that's just turned round the corner by Carter and will run away for 4 down to the square leg boundary. He's timed that one nicely, Ollie Carter.
Did time it nicely. That was a nice shot. Do his confidence a world of good, and the ball just whizzed away down to the boundary for 4 runs. We were talking about hydrangeas before lunch, which is a flower, and we were very indebted to John, who sent us a photograph of a hydrangea, and Clive has been back in touch about the colours of hydrangeas. I think I might have read this before lunch, apologies if I did. He said they can be pink, blue, white and mauvish, but the colour is driven by the iron content in the soil. How about that? So if you buy a white one in your gardens, and it may not stay true in your garden if you're a keen gardener.
And that shot has prompted a field change. There is now a catcher mid-wicket, and square leg has gone out to that boundary. And this one again, full and straight, and Carter gets forward nicely and defends it to mid-off.
Here's a good question. Hello, Adrian, Dave and Grace. He says, enjoying the coverage. Can Grace please enlighten us as to how fast the top lady seamers bowl on the speed gun compared to the chaps? Best wishes to all, says Phil Pennicott. Thank you, Phil. Good question.
Yeah, that is a great question. I think some of the quickest around, I think Ishmael is one of the quickest around. I think she's clocked around, I don't know, I think it's like 70, 73, 74 maybe. Might be a little bit quicker, I might be wrong. As Fletcher comes in again, and that one is another full ball and brings Carter forward.
You know, I guess one of the questions with the speed gun is actually getting to a game where there is a speed gun as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you get a lot of them. You get the little ones, and you get, our coaches have small ones about the size of a phone really, and you can use them indoors. And
is that something you measure your performance on, about how quickly you're bowling?
No.
Or? Right, okay.
I used to when I was younger. I'm not express pace, to say at the least. See myself as more of a swing bowler, but yeah, I think it's good to. I think I could probably put a couple of yards on, probably make me a bit more effective. As Fletcher comes in again, and that one's full. Attempt to turn around the corner by Ollie Carter, but just mistimes it slightly, and it trickles to mid-on.
So when you're looking to take wickets, you're not doing it on pace. Are you using? I mean, they talk about the knuckle ball. They talk about, you know, the way that you're holding the seam. Are these all tricks of the trade that you would be working hard on, Grace?
Yeah, I wouldn't really go to use variations that early on. I'd rather rely on the swing, really. I'm quite fortunate in that when I take the new ball, normally it does swing a bit. So that's normally how I look to get my wickets, bowled LBW. As Fletcher comes in again to bowl, and that one's full again. It's edged by Carter, and there is no one out on that third man boundary, and it will run away for 4.
Was a bit edgy, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was perfectly safe, but it was a genuine edge.
And when you're often opening the bowling, Grace. You were saying it's with the white balls. You know how much you'd love to play in a red ball game, but with when you get maybe halfway through an innings, are you looking for the ball to behave differently? We hear a lot about reverse swing. Does that really come into it with the white ball?
No, it doesn't, and that's something that I actually got a tweet before lunch, and I apologise. I've only got round to answering it now, and it was asking about the difference between the red ball and the white ball. Fletcher comes in again. 2 slips in play for Ollie Carter, and that one's full and straight, and he defends it into the offside. Yeah, I think with the white ball, I think it deteriorates a lot quicker. It starts a little bit harder, so it can swing quite early on, and then it loses its swing really, and then that's when you look to, your variations and different things, whereas I think the red ball can continue to swing and also reverses, and as you say, I don't think you get that often with the white ball. So I think that's the difference, to answer your question, Colin, and I think with the red ball and obviously with the longer format, it can just give you a bit more of a chance to get into your spell, get into your rhythm. But yeah, I'd love to play red ball cricket.
Yeah. Well, perhaps you'll get your chance, you never know. Stephen Mullaney is going to come into the attack. I wondered how long it would be before Mullaney came in, because he can't keep rotating these 3 quick bowlers the whole time. So the skipper's going to come and bowl a spell from the pavilion end. Keeper Tom Moores is standing up. I did notice as well that the knots over age is also -3 now, the same as Sussex. So if it stays like that for both sides, you do lose a point and over. Sussex will definitely lose 3. As Mullaney is in from the pavilion in. Bowls, but Joe's hit on the pad. That kept a little nick on that, because they sort of stifled appeal. And one thing I hadn't appreciated, which is poor from me, is that at Lord's last week, I wasn't there on the last couple of days, Sussex were docked a couple of points at Lord's last week for a slow over 8. It was something that was asked to James Kirtley last night by a chap from the press. And James said it's something they're really aware of, and he said the problem is, when you're not out on the field, but they're trying to encourage them, run between overs, all the tricks to get the over 8 up. As in comes Mullaney bowls, Pujara plays down the offside of the track, Mullaney fields, and there is no run. But Notts will be aware of that -3. I don't know, we haven't seen anything of Liam Pattinson-White, have we, at all, in this match? I don't think he bowled in the first innings. I think the seamers did all the work. This is the 30th over. As in comes Mullaney bowls, Pujara lets that go, neatly taken by Tom Moores behind the stumps, and there is no run. If it goes towards the close of today, there would be a new ball available in 50 overs time, and there are 59 overs left, so that might be an option later on today, but just to see how things go. It's clouding up a little, actually. Some darker clouds away to our right, but across the ground there's blue sky. As in comes Pujara. Plays onto the onside, fielded by Lyndon James at a shortish mid-wicket. The field, there's a slip, a backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, short extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a short straightish mid-wicket. Then out on the leg side, there's a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. As Mullaney wheels round, comes in with a lovely rhythmic action over the wicket, bowls, and Pujara again lets that go, and again nicely taken by Moores. And there is no run. 89 for 3. Pujara on 12, and as Dave was saying in his report just a few moments ago to the listeners on BBC Radio Nottingham, that the duration of this match probably depends on how long Pujara's going to bat. He's on 12. Mullaney in bowls, and again just taken by Moores, very tidily behind the stumps. End of the over. Mullaney starts with a maiden over. Sussex needing another 310 to win. That's after Notts were bowled out this morning for 301, losing the last 3 wickets for 17. Ollie Robinson finishing with 5 in the match, but Sussex have steadily lost wickets throughout the day. Tom Clark for 5. Ali Orr, who got an absolute brute of a delivery from James Pattinson, caught a short leg for 34, and Finn Hunt's apprentice since lunch, who was out for 17.
Will be Luke Fletcher to continue to bowl his 12th over of the day, as he comes into bowl number 19 on the back of his shirt, Luke Fletcher, and that one is full, and looks like he's getting quite a bit of movement in the air, Luke Fletcher, as that just brings Carter forward.
Ian Scales has been in touch. Ian lives in Findon, who's a regular contributor. Findon, well known for sort of horse racing. I think it was Josh Gifford used to train in Findon. Ian headlines his email "Woeful Sussex," which seems a little bit harsh. But anyway, we'll see what Ian's got to say.
Fletcher comes in again, and that one's short down the leg side, and there's an appeal for
it's given.
It's given. That's Ollie Carter. He's out for 13. It was a fine tickle to Tom Moores down the leg side, and not the greatest ball, that Fletcher's bowled, but he'll be happy with the wicket nonetheless. Sussex now 89 for 4.
That's a poor dismissal, isn't it? I mean, it's as you say, it wasn't a great delivery. It was down the leg side, and Ollie Carter has just helped it through into the gloves of Tom Moores, and he'll be bitterly disappointed about that, Ollie Carter. He trudges off, and just 6 more wickets now needed for Nottinghamshire and this very young Sussex middle order. James Coles will be the next man in, another 18-year-old. But it's always disappointing when you're out down the leg side. It just wasn't a shot of... It lacked any conviction, really.
No, it just... As you say, I mean, it's a short boundary out there on the leg side for Carter, so anything convincing on it, and it would have raced away for 4. But yeah, as you say, he just really escorted it into the hands of Tom Moores, and a poor dismissal, unfortunately, and it's another low score for Ollie Carter. He's out for just 13.
Ian says, for goodness sake, Sussex, you've nearly 2 days to get the runs, but this is lost already. The club is going nowhere and won't do until they acquire 2 or 3 experienced batters. The only thing getting battered here is our young experienced batsmen. They're unable to do it, and it's so disheartening. Oh well, Pujara will get 250 and everything will be okay. But he says there's more chance of him being made Prime Minister. I would disillusion, says Ian. I mean, I would say, Ian, and I'm not here to make a defence of anything. I'm here as an independent broadcaster on the game. I would say that the Sussex, the young Sussex players this year, I mean, they have all made runs. They perhaps haven't all made runs consistently, but when you look at Haynes, Orr, Clark, Carter, who else have we got? They've all made hundreds this year. And I think there has been a very positive effect of Grant Flower being around the group. So I think 7 Sussex players, that includes Pujara and Rizwan, have made hundreds this year. So I think that hasn't been the issue. I think more of the issue has been they haven't been able to take the wickets to get themselves in positions. So I'm not... But thank you for your email, nonetheless. It's very good of you to get in touch. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Fletcher's first ball to Coles then pushes him onto the back foot and he defends it into the offside. Yeah, I think that's interesting what Ian said, because it's actually a conversation I was having with my dad on the phone this morning, and you speak about obviously having homegrown players, and I was saying to my dad, well, Sussex have got a very young middle order, and I think it's a really good thing. I mean, yeah, as a fan, the results might not always go your way, but I think personally you'd rather see like young homegrown players coming through the system and getting opportunities. You don't really want just lone players and players coming in ahead of your young lads coming through. It's my opinion. I think other people might have different ones, but I think it's good to see the young lads given a go as Fletcher comes in, and that's a good full ball left outside off by James Coles. Yeah,
and I think it's something that you know, James Curley was talking about last night. I guess it's about the balance, isn't it? You want to give these young players... I mean, this is a test. This is a huge test against a quality bowling attack. There's no question about that. But, you know, picking up on Ian's point, you also want some experienced players around. So Pujara has been a very good overseas signing for Sussex. He's going to be around for much of the season. You know, what an experience for James Coles. A real opportunity here. Get your head down. It's against a good attack, but you've got, you know, a world-class player at the other end. This is what it's all about. But you've got to learn from these situations, and I think that's probably slightly the frustration in Ian's email.
As Fletcher comes in again and brings Coles forward as he defends that inside leg side. Looks like he got into the line well there, James Coles. It's been a good start from him. Looks pretty solid in his first few balls.
Gary Knight's been in touch. Hello, Gary. And he picks up a point that Dave made earlier on, actually. He says, if Sussex do lose this game, which sadly is looking unlikely, with the impending deduction of 3 points for a poor over 8, cancelling out the 3 bonus points they've accumulated, would this be the first time since bonus points were introduced that we finish a game with 0 points? I'll leave that with you. It's a good question, because that will be the case. They will lose 3 points.
As Fletcher runs in. And this one's slightly back of a length again, pushes Coles onto the back foot and runs through to backward point. End of the over then, Sussex 89-4, and a large applause from the Notts crowd for Luke Fletcher.
Yes. Well, he picked up a wicket in that over. I mean, he's a fine player, Luke Fletcher, but I think he'd have been pretty pleased to have got a wicket with probably not the best delivery that he's bowled today. So we've still got 50, is that 56 or 58, Grace? 58 overs left to bowl today, and it's looking increasingly likely that this may be wrapped up today. Pujara being the exception, but there's not a huge amount of batting to come. In comes Stephen Mullaney to bowl to Pujara. He's in and bowls. Pujara is forward, plays to extra cover. And there is no run. And actually, it's a very interesting point you make, Gary, because someone was saying yesterday, well, where Sussex are in the table, does it really matter whether they lose points? Because if they draw a game, not going to go anywhere in the Championship this season. But I don't think it's a great habit to get into. They were deducted points at Lords last week. You don't want to keep doing that, as in comes Mulaney bowls and clipped away by Pujara through mid-wicket. He picks up a single and goes to 13. Sussex to 90 for 4. And, my view, Grace, is that you should be able to bowl 16 overs in an hour without too much difficulty. Dave and I were talking about the appalling over rates in Test match cricket. I mean, 11, 12 overs an hour is just, I think you're shortchanging the spectators as much as anything. And maybe the penalties just need to be harsher for sides with poor over rates. Maybe it needs to be a deduction of a certain amount of runs or something like that. But it's not a good habit, and I don't know what you're like when you're playing. I mean, everybody gets a move on. You get round. It's for the captain to set the field. In comes Mulaney bowls, and Cole's looking to drive that through extra cover, and he nearly got a nick on that, taken low down by Tom Moores, and there is no run. James Cole's yet to score. He's also on a pair. We'll be keen for that not to go against his name. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, short straight, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Mulaney runs in and bowls, and Cole's placed a mid-wicket, and there is no run. I'm sure the Notts boys, we've got a whole other day to tidy this up, but I'm sure with so much cricket coming up the next few weeks, the 100 and the 50 over, and the coaches as well will probably quite fancy a day off just to take stock. Ahead of a busy schedule during August. In comes Mulaney again, bowls. Cole's drive, that's a nice shot. That's going to be 4 runs. Over pitched, and Cole's just played that nicely through the covers for 4 runs. Certainly Sussex with a huge amount of travelling. They've got this game at Oxford on Sunday. It's Wormsley. Then back up here to Nottingham on Tuesday for the first 50 over. Then back down to Hove for Gloucestershire and Leicester. Then a trip up to Durham, a trip down to Taunton, a trip up to Birmingham. I mean, it really is a huge amount of travelling. I noticed actually here at Trent Bridge, as in comes Mulaney over the wicket, bowls. Cole's let that one go outside the off stump, taken very neatly by Tom Moores. There is no run. Mulaney's second over. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 5. Sussex 94 for 4. Another 305 needed to win. That Notts are just going to charge adults a fiver and under 16s a £1 to get into the 50 over games. I reckon that's a pretty good day out in the summer holidays. Someone comes along and says, "I tell you what, family of 4 or 5 are going to the cricket. Mum, Dad, couple of kids, take the picnic," which I'm sure you can bring into the ground here at Trent Bridge. But I have to say, Grace, I went to Edgbaston for the first day of the Test against India, and you're not allowed to take your own food into Edgbaston or your own wine or beer. Let's break off, then I'll have my whinge.
Fletcher into Pujara again, just erring on the leg side from Fletcher, but will just be 1 out to that square leg boundary, and it is Lyndon James. Thank you.
So it rained after a few overs, and then the weather brightened up. We had a lovely day's cricket, and not least that Pant got a wonderful 100. But anyway, we went out when it rained and got ourselves a pint and wanted to get some food. And there was a stall there selling Indian food, and I'm quite partial to some Indian food. I went up, and they were advertising some samosas, and samosa special. I thought, that sounds nice. So the gentleman gave me 2 samosas, and I wonder what else quite came with the samosa special.
In comes Fletcher again to Coles, and Coles leaves this one outside off.
But that was it. The samosa special was a samosa, and it was 2 samosas, and that cost me £7, which I thought was, crumbs. I thought that's sort of London prices, really. I mean, I thought that was so. I understand everyone's got to make a living, but I did think that was slightly taking the mickey, really, in terms of the price of food inside a cricket ground. I mean, because once you're in there, you're captive. You can't go out and get anything to eat. So I did think that was I thought that was a little bit naughty, if I'm being honest.
It's because Birmingham's the best city in the world. As Fletcher comes into bowl, and that one a little bit straighter and just flicked by Coles into the leg side for a dot.
I mean, they were very nice samosas, don't get me wrong, and Birmingham is the place for curries, but but I'm just sort of making the point, really. If you're coming to a game of cricket and you want to bring, if you can bring your own sandwiches or whatever, it's, you don't want to do concessions around the ground out of business. But anyway, £5 to come here and watch some games. Come in next Tuesday, watch Sussex play. you know, £5 an adult, £1 for children, and have a lovely day out.
As Fletcher runs in and he goes straight again, and that one's flicked nicely by Coles, but straight to Lyndon James at square leg, and that's another no ball. There's been a lot of front foot no balls in this game.
He just always looks suspicious at the crease, doesn't he, Luke Fletcher? Almost if he's sort of thinking, are you sure that I was overstepped? And he clearly had. Well, not clearly. Umpire Baton said he had. But then we thought umpire Baton missed a run out, didn't we? I talked to a couple of people at lunchtime about that, and there wasn't anyone I spoke to downstairs who thought that it wasn't out. Anyway, he didn't. We're not going to talk about that because it didn't matter.
As Fletcher bowls, and again, pretty straight. He looks to be going straight to Coles here, who just defends it into the mid-wicket.
Yeah, he looks nicely organised, isn't he? Who's that warming up down? Pattinson with no number. Has he got a different shirt on since lunch? There's no number on the back. Yes, it's probably not what you want to see is the new Sussex, the number 6 coming in, and you sort of look around and you suddenly see the big fast bowler warming up and putting crumbs.
Fletcher in again, and this time outside off and left nicely by Coles.
He looks nicely organised, James Coles, doesn't he? I mean, he didn't make runs in the first innings. Made a very nice 50 down at Hove a couple of weeks ago, albeit in a much different situation when Sussex were batting in the game against. I think it was the Leicestershire game. Yeah, he made 59. Hit a couple of big sixes into the Spen Karma Pavilion, but. With all due respect to the Leicestershire attack, this was a slightly different kettle of fish in this situation. But he looks organised. I say he needs to benefit from this, doesn't he? You're batting with Pujara.
Last ball of the over then. Square leg has been sent to the boundary, Lyndon James. And this one goes full and he flicks it nicely. That's a great shot from James Coles, and that will race away for 4 through the mid-wicket. Quite a straight mid-wicket region. Good shot to end the over. Sussex 101 for 4. That
was a nice shot, wasn't it? You know, foot right to the pitch of the ball and just clipped the ball away. He didn't hammer the ball, he just clipped the ball away through mid-wicket. Picked up a boundary, did James Coles, and a smattering of applause around the ground. That's 100 up for Sussex. I'm going to have to go because I've got an update to do to the listeners on BBC Sussex, and so's Dave.
Yes, thanks very much to Adrian. Way to do his update as James Pattinson comes into the attack for the first time since lunch. He'll be bowling from the pavilion end, and his figures of 1 for 32. That would show me something there with my eyes, Grace. What have you got? Come on.
We've got a tweet from Richard Dawson, and he is agreeing with what we've said. He said there's no excuse for poor over 8s. The umpires could do with more to keep the game flowing. I agree with that, to be honest. I think.
So do I, Richard. Keep them moving, and if they don't, as Adrian said, find ways of penalising them as Pattinson comes in and Pujara gets off strike straight away, defends it down to the leg side, and Sussex go up to 102 for 4. Just a couple of recent messages to me. Steve Crawley: never imagined when we signed, can't even say it. Start again. Never imagined when we signed Dane Patterson how good he would be. Reminds me very much of Andre Adams, and that is praise indeed. It is, Steve. Very much so. I mean, physically, when we first saw him out on the field, we thought there's a little bit of a physical resemblance. As Pattinson bowls. Oh, now then, that struck Coles, I think. Probably what, Grace? Shoulder, left forearm, balloons up in the air and lands safely. I think he's okay.
He's taken it well. He hasn't flinched at all, has he, young James Coles? And could have been a pretty painful one.
His batting partner, Cheteshwar Pujara, comes down and touches gloves with him. Just checks that he's okay. I'm sure he is. Hello to Simon Aldridge. Good afternoon, everybody. Great. Hoping Notts can get the remaining wickets today. When he sent it, he said 7. Of course, it's now 6 more wickets. Thoroughly enjoyed the commentary this week, as always. Looking forward to seeing everybody at Manor Park on Sunday as Pattinson bowls down the leg side, taken by Moores. Notts are playing Norfolk at... I think it's just outside Norwich on Sunday, one of these 50 over games. I think all the first class counties are playing against one of the they call them national counties now. They used to call them minor counties, didn't they, as Adrian said a time or two. Sussex are playing Oxfordshire at Wormsley. Not setting out east. 102 for 4. Pattinson bowls a bouncer that clearly deviated in the air there. I think it probably went over the head of James Coles, and Tom Moore's then had to skip to his right quickly and probably took it in front of second slip Ben Duckett. It's deviated a long way, didn't it? Sometimes these things just can't be explained, can they? How one cricket ball will react one particular way to one delivery and then not do it the next time. Ben Slater, who was down at long legs, been brought up. Now where's he going to stop? In their saving one. In fact, he's gone into a crouching catching position at sort of a deepish leg gully, defended by Coles up to mid-on, and there's no run. Just waiting to do an update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. Just gone 2:30. Still plenty of time left in the day for this to be concluded. 55 overs remaining after this one. Sussex will be hoping for a really good partnership now in the middle of the day here. 102 for 4. As Pattinson is in, left alone by Coles. A good leave because it's not knocked off a bail, but James Pattinson shows how close it was by going down on his haunches. Luke Fletcher off the field at the moment, having a comfort break. Matt Montgomery's out there once again. 102 for 4. Stephen Mullaney's changed ends, switched ends. Well, 2 overs from the pavilion end earlier, 2 overs none for 5. Just waiting for the cue to speak to Radio Nottingham listeners. There's Mullaney to bowl to Pujara. Thanks, Andy. Very pleasant conditions here. Nottinghamshire 6 wickets away from potentially wrapping up this victory today, the third day of 4. Sussex now 102 for 4 in their second innings. They've been set to score 399, so that's still a long way off, and they've lost a couple of wickets since lunch. Dane Patterson got rid of Finn Hudson-Prentice, a catch behind by Tom Moore's, a conventional nick behind, and then there was one down the leg side from Ollie Carter from the bowling of Luke Fletcher. He was out for 13. The big fish, really, the big prize that Nottinghamshire are after is the wicket of Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian Test star. He's very much a man in form, 3 double hundreds this year. He's holding Notts up on 15. I think if Notts can get rid of him, they'll be eyeing up a win today. At the moment, Sussex 102 for 4, and their victory target is a long way off at 399. I have to tell you, at no point here from the commentary box, we're at the Radcliffe Road end, so we've sort of got to look away to our right, but at no point did we see any smoke, and I understand from people in the ground, others that we've spoken to, the whatever smoke there was around the other side of the building was blowing away from us. So we could see the alarming thing of lots and lots of fire engines, lots of sirens going in there, but it didn't look from here to be particularly serious in the sense that, you know, allegedly there was a big fire, but we couldn't see any smoke, but it was all blowing in the other direction. Unusually, the wind was taking it away from the ground, whereas normally it brings it across from sort of the power station area. But you know, thankfully, hopefully, it's all out now, and you know, everybody's okay. Sussex 102 for 4. The ball goes through to the wicket keeper. Just in an update there for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners. More from Adrian and from Amazing Grace before too long. That was a tidy comeback to bowling duties for captain Stephen Mullaney. 3 overs, none for 5. 102 for 4 is the score. James Pattinson will bowl in a minute. I'm just handing over the headphones. Absolutely delighted to say, for the first time in 2 or 3 matches. Been joined by the Notts Heritage officer, Steve Lamotte. We'll bring Steve in just a second. James Pattinson already tearing into bowl to James Coles, and this is pushed out onto the leg side, and there's no run now. Welcome, Steve. Great to catch you up here. I have to say thank you first and foremost, because last time you were up here you were tipping me the wink that you were selling all your books off in the library, all your duplicate books. I was down there, and I don't know how it's escaped my attention or I didn't get it, but I went down there. I got 3 or 4, and I've just finished the George Best autobiography, the big thick one, which I got from you for £2, and it's the best read I've ever had in my life, as this one goes through to the keeper. It's 20 years old, obviously. Sadly George no longer with us, but that was just an example. I went down to buy lots of cricket books, but there were lots and lots of books, and I ended up, I bought some cricket ones as well, but no, that was a terrific read. How are you?
I'm all right, thank you, Dave. And that makes me think thanks very much to everybody who actually supported the sale, because we raised over £900 that'll go to buy more books for the library. So we hope everybody had a bargain, but thanks very much indeed.
102 for 4 is James Pattinson in to bowl to Coles, bangs it in short, goes over that. All gone? They all gone?
No, we will be having another sale sometime or other. But yes, keep as they say, watch the website for details.
It saves having to hoover the carpet in there, because they're just full of all your books and all the boxes and boxes. Now you're always up to bits and pieces. You're always arranging exhibitions and talks and what have you, yourself and your merry band of heritage volunteers. I want to know what you're up to right now, as Pattinson comes in and Coles plays it on the leg side, no run.
Well, it's as of today, Dave, it's the 45th anniversary of the Queen's visit to Trent Bridge, because she was here in 1977 on the 20th of July.
It's been mentioned. I mentioned it this morning.
You have. Were you here on the day?
I wasn't here. No, I was. I was not here.
No. Well, we are interested to meet people who did. If there's time to tell you a little bit about a Times article which sort of paints one angle of the experience of the day, because of course she was late arriving.
102 for 4. Next ball from Pattinson is edged away for 4 past Ben Duckett at second slip, and a boundary to James Coles takes him on to 12. 110 for 4.
Yeah, she was an hour and 10 minutes late arriving at Trent Bridge, actually.
So just backtracking a little bit, this was Silver Jubilee year, 1977, Ashes match here at Trent Bridge, England, Australia. It was the game famously where Botham made his debut, and I'm sure you might talk about meeting Derek Randall as well.
Well, yes, it was probably for Notts supporters, the only thing that they'll remember, will remember, is that Derek was run out by Jeff Burkhardt, wasn't he? Sad event.
Here's Pattinson. Bowls fended off by James Coles, played it nicely. Was it just the Queen, or did Prince Philip come to that one?
Prince Philip, yeah, they had a really demanding schedule actually, Dave, because they started in Derby and presented them with the Royal Charter, so Derby became a city. Went to Ripley, to the police headquarters, went to Chesterfield, then went to Mansfield to open the new Mansfield Library, came here, by which time they were an hour and 10 minutes late, then went on to the Queen's Medical Centre to name the Queen's Medical Centre, then in the evening had a civic banquet at the council house, and then a do at County Hall at about 9 o'clock at night.
Crikey,
I think that's what the royal family calls service, isn't it? I think service to the nation.
As Stephen Mullaney from our end of the ground, the Radcliffe Road stand is bowling to Chiteshwar Pujara, drops it on the leg side, no run. We've got Steve Lamotte with us for the next few minutes, the Notts Heritage Officer, talking about royal visits to Trent Bridge, but in particular the Jubilee event that was here in 1977 to commemorate the Silver Jubilee, but also the Ashes Test, as Pujara defends.
Yeah, so we are interested in anybody's story. So certainly if they want to pop into the library anytime during this match and tell us their story, though, because there was a report in the Times that the headline was "Queen met with gifts, flowers, and some groans," and those groans were supposedly from supporters at Trent Bridge.
There's Mullaney. In again, there's a slip, there's a catching short mid-wicket and short extra cover. Pujara will push it into the gap, take a single, moves to 16, 107 for 4. Why the groans?
Well, they were meant to arrive here at tea, be presented with the players, and the match would proceed as normal. But because they were an hour and 10 minutes late, the players took tea, came back onto the pitch, and then when the Queen and Prince Philip arrived, the game had to be stopped, match had to be stopped again for the presentation.
Here's Mullaney in to Coles, goes through to the keeper. Just run that by me again. So they went off for the normal tea, yes, set in stone for a test match. Came back out, started playing. Her Majesty arrived.
An hour and 10 minutes late, and so everything stopped. The two teams lined up on the pitch. The Queen and Prince Philip were introduced to everybody, or they were presented to the royal couple.
Coles is on 12. Mullaney bowls edged, and it's not gone to hand. It's a decent stop. That deepish slip there by Joe Clark. Don't think it got to him on the full. Maybe the replay will tell a different story. It was a genuine edge by James Coles. Nicked. Yeah, I think that was on the ground, and Clark did well to stop it and save 4 runs. But so close to being the end of James Coles. Clark's just gone a little finer. Next one is run to backward point, fielded by Hamid, no run. End of the over, 107 for 4. Steve, as you and I know, nobody arrives at Trent Bridge late for tea.
Well, more fools. Well, yeah. So nobody except the Queen. Maybe that was royal prerogative, Dave. But if you believe this Times article, they're saying some of the watches in the members' enclosure became abusive when the photographers and reporters following the Queen tried to move to their allotted places. The presence of women in the press party caused particular displeasure, for the members' enclosure is still a male preserve. Now, this
used to be, didn't it?
This was 1977. So, the article went on. The royal couple's appearance on the balcony seemed to be largely ignored, although some of the crowd muttered, "Get on with the game." I find that hard to believe.
And did the Queen go for tea in the committee room?
She did. Yeah. Yes. In fact, in the exhibition which we've got in the pavilion, there's a cup and saucer made specially.
There's James Pattinson. Crikey, we can hear more emergency vehicles. Pujara defends this on the leg side. It's a police car with the siren and the blue lights on going past.
Yeah, so they did have time to take tea with the General Committee before they headed off to the Queen's Medical Centre. Anyway, so that's the only time the Queen's been here, Dave. We've had 6 royal. Well, the current Queen. We've had 6 royal visits in all. The first one was in 1928, which was King George V and Queen Mary.
107 for 4. James Pattinson is in, bowls Pujara, happy to defend on the offside.
So they were actually doing a 3-day tour just of Nottinghamshire. They were based at Welbeck Abbey with the Duke of Portland and stayed there and spent 3 days in the county. So they met Harold Larwood, Arthur Carr was the captain. So it was that era anyway. But the Duke of Edinburgh's been the most regular attender. He's been here 3 times on his own and once with the Queen. Of course, big cricket fan, cricket player. President of the MCC twice, wasn't he? So
107 for 4. Pujara on strike on 16. This goes through to the keeper, and apart from, of course, Prince Philip's visits here, Notts have visited him a couple of times at the Palace.
Four times, yes, actually, 81 and 87 and 2005 and 2010.
I was fortunate to go in 2010 and meet him. Yeah.
How did you blag a ticket, David?
Well, you weren't available.
Friends in high places, why not? Well deserved, I'm sure. Anyway,
there's Pattinson in again to bowl, and Pujara just manages to angle the bat and run it down to third man for a single. 108 for 4. Pujara on 17. So there is an exhibition now, or you're setting up an exhibition?
No, there's an exhibition in the museum room just off the long room, which talks about all the visits. And anyway, Dave, and has just yes, there's a teacup and saucer from that time that the Queen took tea here anyway, and some photos and a photo also of Prince Philip with a group of players who we don't know who they are. So I know this isn't great radio, but if you're in the ground and want to pop along to the library, you might be able to help us.
Next delivery on its way. James Pattinson bowls to James Coles, pushes it back to the bowler. I'll tell you what I'll do, and again this isn't great radio, and it probably isn't even great social media, but I'll take a photo,
put it out there,
stick it on the old doodah. So the words you've got on here. This photograph was recently discovered in the Peter Wynne Thomas Library without any accompanying information. Apart from Prince Philip and Bill Vose, can you identify any of the players and maybe the young boy? Do you know when or where this match was played and between which teams? Okay,
Thank you,
I'll
Dave.
pop that up in a wee while on the old Twittery thing as Pattinson bowls down the leg side, taking the claim in the catch, and for the third time in the innings, Notts have got a leg side strangle. James Pattinson with the wicket. James Coles couldn't resist. Tom Moores gets his 4th catch of the innings, and Notts are halfway there. Sussex are 5 down, 108 on the board. James Coles caught Moores, bowled James Pattinson, and if you sat there in the summarisers chair, Steve Lamotti, you better do some summarising on what you've just seen.
I've seen probably the inexorable march towards victory today, do you think, Dave?
Well, it's looking that way, isn't it? It's looking that way. James Coles batted for half an hour, faced 30 balls, 3 fours for his 12, 108 for 5.
So I think one of the visits that the Duke of Edinburgh made here, Dave, was the Ashes Test in 1964, and I think probably one of the last people he'd expected to meet was actually Eddie Waring. Who,
oh, right, yeah.
You will remember, gentleman.
Yeah, the up and under.
Well, I'm glad you imitated him, not me. I was hoping you weren't going to ask me to. But yeah, he was actually writing a column for the Sunday, well, supposedly writing a column for the Sunday Mirror called I See Stars. It said the rugby league season's over, but Eddie carries on. Now he's out and about seeing the stars of all sports. And he claims, I was taking tea with the England's test men at Trent Bridge. The door opened and we all stood up. In walked the Duke of Edinburgh. The source of it, he was wearing an Australian tie. Got it from the former Aussie skipper Richie Benner in 1961. So,
good grief. So he'd taken he'd had the forethought to think, well, if I'm going to the cricket, I'll wear a cricket tie without realising the insensitivity of it.
I would hope that the Duke had been well enough briefed that it was Australia, wouldn't you?
You'd think so. It's Stephen Mullaney bowling to Pujara. That wicket went down at the end of the 38th over. Sussex a long way shy of their target, 108 for 5. 291 more are required.
So our final visit. Sorry, I'm just breaking.
No, you're absolutely all right. This has dropped on the leg side.
Yeah. So the last time the Duke of Edinburgh was here was actually in 2008 when he opened the new stand. And according to Derek Brewer, our former chief executive, so it must be true. When they reached the balcony at the committee room,
Mullaney bowls to Pujara, lovely looking shot down the ground, nothing more than a back foot punch, and it'll go for 4. Dane Patterson's after it. It's out of my eye line, but I can see on the live stream that it's comfortably crossed the rope. Nice looking shot, 112 for 5.
Yes, just as the Duke arrived on the committee room balcony with Derek, the crowd burst into applause, and the Duke turned to Derek and said, are they applauding me? And Derek had to point out that no, it was actually that one Kevin Peterson had just got a century.
112 for 5. Next ball, and this is dropped on the leg side. There's no run. That's vaguely similar to when Notts played at Hampshire probably 5 or 6 years ago now, and for whatever reason on the ground in some of the hospitality rooms there, they were having a Liberal Democrats meeting, and Nick Clegg had come to share them all, and as he arrived in the ground, Alex Hales was apparently, he was 100 not out overnight, and somebody shouted, have you come to watch Alex Hales bat? Who? 113 for 5. Next one's punched into the offside, no run. 39 for 4. So
this small exhibition's in the museum room. It's going to be there for the rest of the season anyway, Dave. So if people can't make it today, it'll be there certainly for the Royal London Cup match next Tuesday, and then the 2 championship matches in September.
It's Stephen Mullaney to bowl to Lenham. keeps it out. End of the over. Stephen Mullaney 5 overs, none for 11. If I was a non-member and one was suddenly told, oh, there's something I want to see inside the pavilion, and then all those thoughts are in your mind, well, there's stewards, they won't let me in if I'm a non-member. Can people get in that aren't members?
You can get in on a guided tour, but unfortunately we won't be having many of those during the 100 season. We'll have a copy of the exhibition in the library, and anybody can come.
Oh, you can get into the library around the back.
So yes, anybody can come and have a look at what the exhibition says. They won't see.
Folks, just come and ask for Steve. Say Dave sent you. You'll be all right.
And while you're in the library, you might want to think about actually borrowing some books, which I'll tell you about in a minute, Dave.
Is that cheaper than buying books?
Very much so,
defended
yes.
by Pujara.
We want people to use the fantastic library that Peter Wynne-Thomas assembled. So we're actually starting next Tuesday on the Royal London Cup match. We're actually going to start a trial lending service for Notts members initially. So we're going to run it from now, well, from Tuesday through the winter, and people are welcome to borrow up to 3 books at any one time. So
well, you can enrol me in that, because I've always got a couple of books on the go. As I say, I really enjoyed that George Best one that I've just finished. Pulled away this next delivery by Pujara, down the leg side by Pattinson, and this one was just swatted away. Notts have had a bit of joy with leg side deliveries in this innings, but Pujara got that one away. He's on 26, 117 for 5.
Yeah, so if any members, any Notts members are interested in borrowing books, but certainly come along today to find out more information, or else on Tuesday we'll be open for an hour before the match, and then from the lunch interval. Do they call it lunch intervals in Royal London Cups? It's a
just
late
interval,
lunch, isn't it?
Yeah, just half an hour interval in between innings.
So for the later session as well. So look forward to seeing you then if you'd like to come and borrow some books anyway.
Here's James Pattinson going to bowl to Pujara. And this time it's defended. I want to pick your brains now. You're on the spot. Imagine it's mastermind and the lights on you and you're in the chair.
Can I choose my special
famous
subject?
Nottinghamshire birthdays today, 28th of July.
It's not yours, is it, though?
No, I said famous. It's Sir Garfield's birthday, Steve, today. And I thought, wow, right. I'm going to pop downstairs and just doff my cap, if I was wearing one, at the Sobers waiting area downstairs. And I think since the last time I went down and doffed my cap, there's now I'm crying out to myself for just a little bit more on the walls of this building, as this is run away on the offside for only 1 run, because Pujara's fallen over. Oh, he's getting back up. He's going to beat the count of 10. Yeah, he's got back up. He turned at the non-strikers and slipped over. James Pattinson's chatting to him. If it was anybody else, I'd be saying he was inquiring if he's okay. But with James Pattinson, he might just be having a bit of an Aussie snarl, I don't know. But a single take and 118 for 5. Anyway, always nice to see and read about your stars, your past heroes, the legends of the game and all the rest of it. And there's plenty now down there in the Sobers waiting area on the wall. And I guess that's down to you and your crew.
It is, and also in the Hadley waiting area as well, Dave. Celebrating our 2...
Well, on Sir Richard's birthday, I'll go and have a look on that side of the stairs. But
yes.
Today I've paid homage to Garrick, both on air and, as I say, I doff my cap. Bowled him! Lenham loses his off stump, and James Pattinson takes Notts 1 step closer to winning this game. What a mess he's made of those stumps. Not entirely sure how there can only be 1 left standing, but one's gone in an easterly direction, one's gone in a westerly direction, and Archie Lenham is heading off towards the pavilion, bowled by James Pattinson for 0. And Sussex are now 6 down, 118 for 6, and Pattinson has just blown a hole through this lower middle order this afternoon with wickets of Coles and Lenham in quick succession. And Notts need 4 more, Mr. Summariser.
Yeah, it probably won't go beyond today, will it, Dave? So.
I know you hate all this. Terrific stuff. Really enjoyed.
Thank you.
I would like to think I know as much about Mr. Sobers, Sir Garfield Sobers, as anybody, but it was just nice having a read of all the bits and pieces there. And
yes, if anybody hasn't seen it, it's in the Sobers waiting area at the bottom of the stairwell on the Sobers side of the stand. It it looks at his whole career, but it also looks particularly at Notts. And I think gives him the credit, because it's often easy to say that, well, Notts didn't do anything even though Sobers was playing for us. But we've chosen some quotes to show how much he did to raise the standard of Notts play.
Notts were absolutely garbage. They were, had there been a re-election to the minor counties when I first started following them, they would have been. They would have been needing the help of all the other county chairmen up and down the country just to stay in the county championship. They were the pits, and then they signed the best player in the world, and it transformed everything about this club. I still say to this day, he's the one that got me hooked on cricket. As soon as I saw him, that was it for me. He's the best I've ever seen, and nobody will ever tell me any different.
No. He didn't win anything for Notts, and that's the great pity in a way, isn't it? Whereas Hadley won lots, but
118 for 6 as Pattinson comes in and kept out. New batsman is Ollie Robinson, and James Pattinson's well and truly fired up here. He's got 8 in the match. Robinson, of course, got 9 in the match. That's great stuff from Pattinson. 12 overs, 3 for 43. He's made a right old mess there of Archie Lenham's stumps. I'll let you go in a minute or two, because I know we've got to keep Amazing Grace and Adrian gainfully employed this afternoon. But just quickly, anything else in the pipeline that you're going to be working on this winter projects? We've
certainly got a lot on in the library to look at the archive, really, though, because the books are only part of the story of what Peter collected. So come next season, the archive will be much more accessible.
Mullaney starts a new over, whipped away on the leg side. That round of applause was for Pattinson, finding his spot on the boundary edge.
Thank you, Dave.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
I think it's about 5 or 6 weeks before Notts are here again against Leicestershire, so I'm sure you'll find something to talk about then. And
if you've got
I think it's going to be a past players reunion, that game as well. So there'll be
the second day. Yes,
so I think there'll be lots of lovely people to speak to that week. You know, you're always welcome. Always
Dave.
Very interesting to talk to. Love to. This one's a hit down the ground. Fletcher takes a stunning catch, and Ollie Robinson goes for naught, and Mullaney has got the wicket of Ollie Robinson. 119 for 7, and Fletcher being absolutely mobbed. You'd think they'd won the Derby, the Cheltenham Gold Cup, and the Wimbledon singles title all in one go there as they mob Luke Fletcher. Ollie Robinson out for naught, second ball. He's chipped Mullaney up in the air, and Fletcher, having to dive for the ball, has made a really stunning catch. Look, ridiculously easy. And Ollie Robinson has to go. I think that's a fitting way for us to say bye-bye. And thank you to you, Steve. We really appreciate. I know every club up and down the country has its heritage officers, and they all do a sterling work to keep this great game and the memories of this great game alive. So from me, thank you. You know how much I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it when you can take the time to come in and join us. Good luck with your project. If anybody was here in 1977, great if you got photographs. We had one or two actually. Simon Trafford sent me a picture today of that particular visit. But if anybody else has got one or two, we'll be able to pass them on to Steve. Fletcher's absolutely full of it. Great. Catch you soon.
See you soon. Thanks a lot.
Steve Lamotta, the Notts Heritage Officer. Don't think Adrian started packing all his kit in the boot of his car just yet. We'll find out in a minute or two. Hope you enjoyed the little chat there with Steve over the last 20 minutes. But genuinely, I'm sure, I know Sussex as well. They have a terrific band of volunteers down there at Hove that just keep the spirit of all the Sussex great sides, great players, great memories alive. And a lot of clubs have these fabulous heritage officers and the band of volunteers that just do so much to keep this great game in the in the minds of current people.
They very much do, and it's a very good museum down at Hove as well. If you're ever visiting, can have a little route around. But it'll be surprising if this goes to tea now, as in comes Mullaney comes into bowl to Harry Carvelos, who plays the backward point, and there is no run. So, I mean, those 3 wickets that went down whilst you've been chatting, I mean, I thought James Cole's shot was a poor shot, getting caught down the leg side, and then young Archie led him, full and straight, isn't it? And it demolished poor Archie's stumps. And, In comes Mulaney, beats Carvalhos outside the off stump and goes through for a bye. I think that's going to be, yes, it is going to be a bye. Not, I think it's fair to say it's just a matter of time now. I mean, in reality, perhaps it always was, but you know, while Pujara was there, you thought there might be a little bit of hope for Sussex if we're clutching at straws. But now we're, I mean, Pujara is still there. But in comes Mulaney. Over the wicket, bowls and forced into the offside by Pujara. Looks for a single, but it isn't there. And then Ollie Robinson holding up. Well, what a catch by Luke Fletcher. I mean, he got. I mean, if you're talking about instances where a player gets mobbed, Luke Fletcher got mobbed, didn't he?
He did.
And it was a wonderful catch. In comes Mulaney, bowls. Pujara just eases that out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over. And I imagine Notts now are going to be hurrying through because I don't want to lose any points there. At the moment they're showing us -2 on the over. That might well change at tea time. But Notts really here looking to wrap this up. And we may well get an extended tea break. You know, an extension to play here.
Well, we're still an hour or so away from tea in terms of, you know, what is required of them. 16 overs before the tea break. So there's every possibility, unless Sussex can just show a little bit of backbone and rear guard here and hang around. Liam Pattinson-White, incidentally, is loosening
He's
up.
warming
so
up, isn't he?
It may well be that they look to rattle through a few overs very quickly. New man is Harry Carvalhos, 120 for 7. There's Pattinson. Bowled wonderfully in this game, he really has. Bowls to Carvalhos, happy to defend this. Crikey, what a mess he made of Archie Lenham's stumps, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He really did. Philip from Newmarket in Suffolk has been in touch with a lengthy email, which I'll endeavour to read perhaps at the end of the over, Philip. But thanks for getting in touch, and thank you to everyone who's taken the time to get in touch during. I think we could be fairly certain in saying that this isn't going to go to a 4th day. You can never say that with any certainty, but it would seem unlikely, I think it's fair to say.
Pattinson bowls a really good delivery past Carvalhos through to Moores. Rob Collins says, catch of the season, no doubt about it.
Great catch, wasn't it? I've lost my pen. I don't know whether our... where's that gone? It's here somewhere. I need to update the book.
Send out a search party.
Adrian's lost his pen.
Adrian's lost his pen.
Perhaps the museum curator's taken it. Never mind. It's an antique.
120 for 7. Next delivery is a bouncer down the leg side, taken by Tom Moores. We are into the 3 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham, so just Brad Curry and Sean Hunt to come.
Yeah. No, it's just a matter of time, isn't it? Pujara has stood alone, really, hasn't he? Ali Orr made a brave attempt at the top of the order, but it's...
Here again comes Pattinson. Bowls played out by Carvalhos up to Fletcher at mid-on. No run. I'm more concerned about your pen all of a sudden.
I know.
Looking round the floor, can't see it.
Well,
you'll have taken it next door.
It's not a lucky pen, is it? It can't be a lucky pen. Sussex haven't been very lucky recently, but don't worry about that. But it was a terrific catch by Luke Fletcher. He made up a lot of ground, did the big fella.
Doesn't drop many. If he can get to them, he'll catch it. He's got hands like buckets. This one's nicked short of second slip, and it'll go down towards the ropes. Gone for 4. Brave attempt by Dane Patterson. In fact, he slid. Yeah, it is 4 runs. We're going to say slid on the rope and over the rope, and the ball has actually stayed inside the field of play, and Lyndon James has thrown it back, but Dane signals that it was a boundary. He was over the rope sliding as he made contact with it. So 4 runs.
And we were talking, Dave, weren't we, about overseas players and what a good addition Pujara has been for Sussex. But these 2 fellas, they're
handy.
You know but that's what you want, isn't it? You need your bowlers to keep fit and to race in, and that's exactly what they've done. High quality.
He's in and bowls again to Carvalhos. He defends. Just do this update for Radio Nottingham, and then More from Grace.
Nottinghamshire's cricketers are playing Sussex on the third day of their county championship match at Trent. Stay free to others watching.
And Notts are now really closing in on victory. Sussex have been set to score 399 to defeat the Division 2 leaders, but looks as if they're going to fall well short of that. Notts have just been chipping away, and they've just taken 3 wickets in pretty quick succession, 2 of them to James Pattinson, who's bowling very quickly indeed. Stephen Mullaney getting rid of Ollie Robinson thanks to a fine diving catch from Luke Fletcher. Cheteshwar Pujara is still there on 28, the only one holding Notts up really at 124 for 7. Awful lot of work for Sussex to do. Notts need 3 more wickets.
And it's Liam Pattinson-White who's going to get his first ball of the match. The left-arm spinner comes in and bowls to Pujara, who clips the first ball down to fine leg, and he's going to pick up a boundary. His Cheteshwar Pujara, he goes to 32, and Sussex to 128 for 7. Email from Phil in Newmarket, or Philip, I should say. He says, "Good afternoon, Adrian. Thank you and your colleagues for the excellent coverage. There have been some interesting emails you've been responding to. As in comes Pattinson-White bowls. Pujara is forward, clips this to mid-wicket, picks up a single as the fielder comes in off the boundary. Pujara to 33, 129 for 7. He says, like a previous writer, I'm not disillusioned as I believe there have been clear progress this season. Clark and Carter have shown real promise with the bat, and also has been a very good signing. Pujara is obviously world class, but we've missed players, which I feel has had an adverse effect on our progress and results." He says, if Haynes were fit and we'd seen more of Hudson Prentice, Carson and Robinson, our team would have looked a lot stronger. As in comes Pattinson-White and forward comes Carvelos, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Slipping a short leg of the close fielders. Pattinson-White turns, is in and bowls, and Carvelos lets it go outside the off stump, taken very neatly by Tom Moores. He goes on to say, Carson especially would have given us a real spin option, which has been missing all year, and I feel he's been a massive miss. Also was a fine lower order batsman. Do you know if we'll see him at all this season? Comes Pattinson-White bowls, Carvelos forward, back down the track. All I do know, Philip, is that he's had this very nasty knee injury, which I understand is on the mend, but he's also had an ankle problem as well as Jack, so whether we'll see him in the 50 over, we'll have to wait and see as Pattinson-White is in again. Carvelos plays onto the onside. And there is no run. End of the over, 129 for 7. Pujara 33, Carvelos on 4. 46 overs left to be bowled today. And the Notts lads running around because they don't want to be penalised points for a slow over 8. Talking of which, Philip goes on to say, there is absolutely no excuse for losing points to a slow over 8. First up, we don't have enough points to give them away, and just as important, this is an entertainment business, and the players need to get on with the game for the supporters. I appreciate there have been numerous issues with the balls this season, but the Sussex management need to get hold of this, I feel, and quickly. It's becoming a very disappointing aspect of the club. Hopefully we can take the game into tomorrow. Very best wishes, Philip from Newmarket. Philip, thank you for your email. Lots of interesting points. And thank you very much for getting in touch. And I agree, slow over rates are not good news. And Sussex were penalised last week, and they're going to be penalised in this game as well. Rod says, when Luke hit the ground of the catch, I felt the tremor in Collingham. How far's Collingham away? As in comes Mullaney bowls to Pujara, who's hit on the pad. The ball bounces out into the offside, and there is no run. That's a bit unkind. Grace is back with us. Sorry, Grace, I took the first ball of you over. I do apologise.
That's quite all right.
Hugh Johnson has also been in touch with a lengthy email, which I'll try and read some of during. Hugh goes on to say he's enjoying the commentary and the humour this week.
Pattinson into Pujara, which is just flicked onto the leg side straight to mid-wicket.
I don't mean this to sound too Sussexy, but I'll try and rattle through this. I know I'm sounding like an old record, but how Sussex are missing Luke Wells. He's a better spinner than any spinner Sussex fielded this year, and a much-needed replacement opener number 3. We haven't been able to see Hudson Prentice bowling prowess this year, but we can see he isn't a top 6 batsman, says Hugh.
It's Pattinson in to bowl to Pujara again, and this one back of a length, attempted cut by Pujara, but straight into the hands of Pattinson-White. Thank you.
Hugh also saying he's a little concerned about Ollie Carter's keeping. So much to discuss.
In comes Pattinson again then. 2 slips in place for Pajara, and this one's full and turned around the corner to square leg, where they comfortably take a single to Ben Slater down at that deep square leg position. Still with the fielding pads on out there.
Hugh also makes the points about the slow over 8. He says dropping points for a slow over 8 is ludicrous and can't be defended. He says it's amateur. Well, you know, and I think the fact that in fact knots are now down to -2, and I'm sure they'll be rattling through these as quickly as they can. I think you should be able to bowl 16 overs an hour. I really do. I don't think that should be an issue.
In comes Pattinson then to Carveos this time, and that wraps him on the pad. Looks a little bit high. There's a big appeal, and it's not given. As I say, looked a bit high at first look. Don't know if we'll be getting a replay.
Yeah, I can't read all your... it's a very good email, Hugh, and thank you. There's a lot in there, but he's talking about they need another top overseas bowler or a top overseas bowler for next season. And winter will be important for Sussex. You know, we were discussing this, Dave Irongrace, earlier on this week about how difficult it is to recruit good overseas.
As in comes Pattinson and misses everything. That one is a good ball to finish the over. Straight through to Tom Moores.
I think the 130 for 7. So what have we got? Another 11 overs? No, 13 overs to go until tea. Sussex needed another 269, which I think is very, very unlikely. Pajara's getting a change of gloves as he wanders towards the pavilion. I mean, you know, we were discussing overseas, Hugh, and others who have commented as well, and it's getting that overseas who isn't going to be called up for international cricket. I think, you know, with the calendar changing so much, with tours being announced because of COVID, countries looking to catch up, I think it is a dangerous game taking on an overseas who's currently playing international cricket, because there's every likelihood they're going to be called away by their country. And, you know, what you're looking for is probably what you've got here at Notts, a couple of players who aren't going to play international cricket, who are going to be available all summer, you know, injuries permitting. And I know that's a really tough task. But certainly Roland Butcher was making that point at Lord's last week as well. Liam Patterson-White is going to carry on as Notts look to hasten through their overs, bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Pujara, who's forward and plays to mid-wicket. And it may well be that Sussex are in an impossible situation here, but you can't see Pujara just giving this away. He'll battle until the end. Patterson-White in again, bowls. Pujara uses his feet and just plays down the onside of the track. Patterson-White runs back to his mark. He'll be coming in around the wicket with just as slip as the close fielders. He's in and bowls. Pujara again forward, plays that on Deontay. It was probably a single there, to be honest, but decided not to take it. May already be thinking about perhaps trying to farm the strike a little, but it's probably to no avail. Patterson-White again. 3 or 4 paces around the wicket, bowls. Pujara forward, pushes into the offside. They were thinking about a single on this occasion, but now I would imagine that Stephen Mullaney is going to call the field in, which is exactly what he does to prevent the single with 2 balls remaining in the over. So everyone in now on the 1, bar the deep backward square. As Patterson-White in bowls, and Pujara eases that into the covers, fielded by Hasib Hamid, who played beautifully in the second innings for his 94. Pujara surveys the field, looking where he can pick up a single here off the last ball of the over. Patterson-White in bowls. Pujara flicks this into mid. Oh, there's going to be a run out. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that really rather sums up what's been a pretty pitiful performance, I'm afraid, from Sussex in this second innings. It was clipped to mid-wicket by Pujara. There was never a single there. Ari Carvelos was halfway down the wicket. He knew that Pujara was looking for a single, but it was straight to Lyndon James, who took aim, and he just threw the stumps down. I mean, he hit the stumps from mid-wicket. Carvelos is out, run out, and Pujara looked suitably distraught at the striker's end. But I'm afraid that's rather sums up today for Sussex. I'm afraid a run out, and Sussex now on the cusp of defeat here at Trent Bridge. If it hasn't been for some time, 130 for 8, and Well, we thought there might be a run out today because there's been a couple of close instances, but that was pretty chaotic in all fairness.
Yeah, it wasn't great, was it? I mean, obviously, makes sense for Pajara to be trying to get onto strike for the next over, but obviously Carveus is not incapable with the bat and just seemed a bit too desperate to get onto strike, and that confusion's what caused the wicket ultimately. And yeah, not ideal at all for Sussex. Now 130 for 8.
Well, we could have, I mean, I'm not sure it's going to get to tea anyway as Sean Hunt comes out of the, that's not to take anything away from Sean Hunt, but if another wicket goes down, we probably will have a delayed tea anyway. But Notts will be looking to wrap this up, and the Notts lads who are top of the table. They're top of the table for a reason, because they're a very good side, and they've shown that here this week. And Sussex, despite the efforts of Ollie Robinson with those 9 wickets, I'm afraid are slipping to a heavy defeat here at Trent Bridge. Sean Hunt is the new man, and he's got a rather dubious honour of facing Dane Pattinson, who's going to be roaring in, I'm sure, from the pavilion end.
Yeah, he'll be keen to get this done as quick as possible, as will all the Notts players out there. The 2 slips in at the moment for Sean Hunt, who bats right-handed, despite bowling left-handed, and in comes Pattinson. Catching mid-wicket also in play, and first ball, good 4 ball, and Hunt gets forward, defends it.
Yeah, he's on a pair, is Sean Hunt, but the game's up here for Sussex. It's just now a matter of time. I don't think the weather looks like it's going to hold. It's the very high clouds. It's very grey around Trent Bridge. But Sussex have rather capitulated here, because at one stage they were, 89 for 3?
Pattinson in again and again. Sean Hunt forward nicely into it as he drives that to mid-off.
See, Hampshire have beaten Yorkshire by 7 wickets at Scarborough. But it very much looks like Surrey are going to beat Warwickshire at the Oval. Surrey 121 for 1, needing another 127 to win. So the gap at the top of the Championship is going to stay the same as we have a month's break from the Championship. Such a shame that Surrey and Hampshire aren't going to play each other in the Championship again this season, because that would have been a crackerjack of a match. But that's the way that it is.
In comes Pattinson, and again full on the stumps and defended into the leg side by Sean Hunt.
Much as I don't like to see Sussex lose, I'm glad I'm not at Chelmsford this week, because that game is finishing today. Essex 505 for 9 declared, Somerset 580 for 4, 13 wickets in 4 days. Despite all this talk about bowlers having to bowl on good wickets to get batsmen out, that sounds like a pretty wretched game of cricket to me.
2 retired hurt as well.
Really? Okay, yeah.
Pattinson in again, and is that hit him on the pad, LB, and given Sean Hunt out for a second duck of the game, and looked good. There was a big appeal and a second wicket of the innings for Pattinson. Sussex 130 for 9.
Yeah, all I'm going to do is hand my headset to Dave, because Notts are on the cusp of winning here now, so I'll give my headset to Dave, and you can have my headset, Dave. I think you ought to be on commentary as Notts win the match.
Well, we'll get you back on, Adrian. There's no doubt about that, but many thanks indeed. Very much enjoyed the company of Adrian and Grace. We're not quite at the end yet. I mean, we could still, in theory, be here this time tomorrow watching a remarkable Sussex last wicket pairing, but there's fair to say nobody left in the hutch as Brad Curry, the last man, makes his way out to the middle to join Cheteshwar Pujara. It's a good point that Adrian just made, 89 for 3, thinking this could be a full day job for Nottinghamshire, or maybe even dragged into the 4th day. But from 89 for 3 to 130 for 9, what's that, Grace? 41 for 6, something along those lines. But Notts have been right on it. You know, Adrian keeps making kind comments about the quality of this Notts attack. I would have to say, collectively, I think this is the best they've bowled this season, and that'll be no words of comfort to the Sussex players. And James Pattinson has been superb. 1 or 2 games he's been a little wild and woolly, and he's been getting under the nose of the umpires and in the face of opposition batsmen, and he's just concentrated on running in, bowling quickly and working the batsman out in this game. Dane Pattinson right on it. Luke Fletcher Wicketless in the first innings, but doing really stoic work for the side. He picked up Clark and Carter in this innings, and it's just turned into, I would say collectively, probably the best bowling performance by Notts this season.
Just one more wicket then, as Patton comes in, and that one is flicked into the leg side by Brad Curry, the number 11, and straight to mid-wicket, no run taken.
Yes, it doesn't seem as if we'll get a tea break now. They do tend to drag these things on when 9, or sometimes even when 8 wickets are down on the third day.
Final ball of Patterson's 12th over then, as he bowls, and is there an edge on that? There's not, and it just seems to miss everything because it carries through to Tom Moores. 12 overs for Dane Patterson then, 5 maidens, 2 for 14. He's bowled fabulously today. Sussex 130 for 9.
So one more wicket required for Notts. A couple of wickets to Patterson. Pattinson with 3 in this innings, 1 for Stephen Mullaney, couple for Luke Fletcher, and that run out. Howard in Buenos Aires says, even from here, I can hear the fat lady gargling. Thanks for the commentary. Thanks to you, Howard, for all your correspondence, and to everybody that's been in touch. Here's Liam Patterson-White into bowl to Pujara. He'll not want to give it up. Comes forward and pushes it back to the bowler. Mark says, Dave, can I just say thanks to Adrian and Grace? They can certainly come again. I think they've been brilliant this week. Yep, thanks very much to you, Mark, as well, for your messages of support. I'm sure Grace and Adrian will be very grateful to hear that. 130 for 9. Liam Patterson-White rushing back. He only comes in off a couple of paces, but good to see him rushing back. Notts over 8 showing us -1. As Pujara clips this on the leg side. He took the aerial route. A couple of bounces and a bobble out as far as Lyndon James. And Sussex have got off 130. They were marooned there for a while and lost Corvallis and Hunt on that score. Again, thanks to everybody that's been in touch this week. Really does make it more pleasurable and enjoyable. Nice looking shot from Pujara, way on the leg side for 4. Did it turn down a run then?
He did.
Thank you. I was just reading the tweets as they came in. So it clipped out as far as Lyndon James. So Pujara turned down a single, then clips this for 4 to move to 38. 134 for 9. No Sussex players got a 50 in this game yet. Pujara comes again and swats it away on the leg side for 4 more. Takes him to 42, 138 for 9. I guess it's frustrating for Notts. Doubly frustrating in that they're trying to rattle through their overs and yet having to keep going and fetch the ball back from the furthest part. 138 for 9. Sussex 5 away from their first innings score. Turned round the corner just out of reach of Pattinson, and that'll go for a third 4 in a row. 142 for 9. Pujara on to 46. That was a real act of defiance there, wasn't it? Refused a single, went 4-4-4. But that does leave, I guess, Brad Curry slightly exposed here.
Yeah, I don't think Notts will mind that too much, to be honest. I think they'd rather see Pujara trying to play shots, and there was a couple half chances there. Obviously they didn't fall to hand at all, but a couple of aerial shots, so I don't think they'll be too bothered by that. Maybe Patterson-White.
Now 257 more are required. Yeah, Liam, 3 overs, none for 17. I think he got 8 wickets down at Hove. There's Patterson bowling. Beg your pardon, Grace. He's dropped on the leg side, no run.
That is quite all right. Yeah, he'll want to get this last wicket. Only Patterson, he's bowled really well today. 2 wickets in his 12 overs and gone for just 14 runs. So it'll be wanting to make that 3. 8 wickets in the match. He's bowled very well.
Yeah, Pattinson's got 8, hasn't he? So might be fitting if he did get the last one.
In comes Patterson then to Brad Curry, and this one's down leg side, and I thought there could have been a tickle for a second, but there was not.
Surely there can't be another leg side tickle. I've lost count. Might have been 3 in this innings. Certainly 2 in this innings. 3 or 4 in the match, certainly.
batting coach will be having words.
Yeah, I think if you're going to go hard, not just sort of hold your bat out there and just tickle it away.
Pattinson bowls and that wraps him on the pad. That looks good and it's given. And the game is ended. Sussex all out for 142, lost by 257 runs.
Yeah, Dane Pattinson with the final wicket. Brad Curry falls, LBW for naught. Cheteshwar Pujara left undefeated on 46. This has been a ruthless performance by Nottinghamshire, bowling Sussex out in 47.3 overs. Sussex have fallen for 143 and 142, and Notts have done the double over them this year. I think fair to say they have been the better side, although bizarrely, I mean, what a strange old game county cricket is. Bizarrely, I think all three of us here that have watched this match gave the first two sessions of the match to Sussex as they bowled Notts out for 240 in that first innings. Then Patterson and Pattinson went to town, bowled Sussex out for 143. That's very nice. The Notts players applauding the spectators as well for all they've given them during this game. Second time round, Notts made 301.94 for Asib Hamid, the highest score in the game, and then Sussex set to score 399 have been dismissed for 142. Bring Adrian in just a second, Grace, but can I just send you happily on your way with all our best wishes for the 100. Enjoyed, second time you've done a game with us here today, very much enjoyed your coverage, your commentary. I know the listeners have as well. Enjoy the 100, get everything that you possibly can out of it, and tell us all about it when you come back next time.
I will. Thank you for having me. Really enjoyed it, and yeah, hopefully I'll be back again in September after a bit of a break, but really enjoyed it, as I say, and yeah, thank you for having me.
It's Grace Ballinger. Look out for us. She's going to be spearheading the attack for London Spirit in the 100, and very much enjoyed her company, as I have with my old mate Adrian. I don't like to see you looking so sad, mate.
It's only a game of cricket, isn't it? No, I'd just like to say been great working with Grace again, really good fun, and of course with your good self as ever here at Trent Bridge. I mean, I have to say that was disappointing for Sussex. I mean, since lunch, Dave, they've lost 8 for 76, and I'm afraid that was a bit of a capitulation. I mean, it's very easy to say from sitting up here when you're against a couple of fine performers, well, 3 fine performers. You know, Fletcher, Pattinson, and Patterson are all fine bowlers, but there was an air of resignation I felt about Sussex, if I'm being honest, after lunch today. And I know it was a mountain to climb, but you've still got Pujara there who batted through. He finishes 46 not out, and he made best part of 100 runs in the match. But Ollie Robinson 9 wickets in the match, a big positive for Sussex. But apart from that, it was always going to be tough up here for the Sussex youngsters, and without Alsop and Haynes, I'm afraid the batting has looked a little threadbare. But that's to take nothing away from Notts, who have been professional. They were under the pump, weren't they? With Robinson was flying in the first innings, and as good sides.
Crackers, wasn't it? Notts lost the first 2 sessions.
I always feared. I mean, you sort of these are good bats, aren't they? The Ducketts, the Clarks, the Slaters, and you just sort of think, well, crumbs, if these guys are struggling. It was a pitch that gave a bit of help to seamers, but not a huge amount. I thought it was a very good cricket wicket day, but I just think disappointing today. I'd have liked to see Sussex make a little bit more of a fight of it today, but it wasn't to be.
You've not been here for 5 years. How many hours is it till he come back again? It's bonkers, isn't it?
Back here on Tuesday for the 50 over. We'll look forward to that. And I think that's an important competition for Sussex, because they didn't reach the quarterfinals of the T20, having thrown a lot of reserves and resource into that. That was a huge disappointment. Not great in the Championship, and the 50 over gives a chance of a chance to grab something out of the season, Dave. So, there's not many of this side who are going off to the 100, so maybe that's a chance to try and do something with their season. But we'll be back. But I look forward to it.
What will be very much looking forward to seeing you again on Tuesday. You never know, it might just be a reversal of fortunes then. Looking forward to a very competitive game here on Tuesday. If you do fancy coming along, as Adrian plugged earlier on for the Notts Club, thank you very much. A £5 for adults, £1 for, I think, under 16. So if you want to come along and see the start of the Royal London One Day Cup campaign, you'd be very welcome if you see Adrian and myself. Say hello. And
yeah, do.
We've very much loved all your correspondence.
Yeah.
just to rattle through, Adrian, before you
No,
disappear?
just one. An email from Hugh. We were talking about good overseas players, and I won't read all your email, Hugh, but he was talking about Steve McGoffin, who played for Sussex back in the, who was the perfect overseas bowler, took plenty of wickets, and wasn't going to play at that stage of his career for Australia. So lots of talk. Well done to Notts. We have to say that they've been excellent. And thank you for everybody at the club who they sort out the parking, and we get well fed and watered here. Great company with Dave. Good access to the players, so what's not to love about a visit to Trent Bridge?
Thank you, Adrian. Safe travels to you, safe travels to Grace. Can I just remember to say terrific work by our camera crew. They've been out there. Oh, the weather they've had this week to endure, the rain, the temperature. No, in all seriousness, we very much are indebted to the camera crew, to the production team. Kirsty very much in charge of us. None of us have been given lines this week, so that's a sign that we've just about managed to stay on her good side. But hopefully you've enjoyed watching the live stream. Hopefully you've enjoyed listening to the coverage. Great fun with Grace and Adrian, and we'll do it all over again on Tuesday, start of the Royal London One Day Cup campaign. And if you're not a fan of that, you're only a county championship regular. Notts versus Leicestershire here at Trent Bridge, early September will be the next one in that. From all the team at Trent Bridge, again, sincere thanks for being with us over the last 2 or 3 days. The news is that Notts have won this by 256 runs and strengthened their position at the top of the table. All our love from Trent Bridge to all our Sussex friends, and we'll catch up with you again, everybody, on Tuesday.
Well, Dave Bracegirdle has just literally taken the words right out of my mouth, because I was going to say that Notts did win today. They've won by 256 runs, and as Dave just said there, they have strengthened their grip on the Division 2 title. Yes, it's been a fascinating 3 days here, really. It's been ebb and flow, especially that first session in the first day when Sussex won the toss. Ollie Robertson, fantastic to see him get some wickets there, not from a Notts point of view, but from a cricketing point of view. It was fantastic to see him with the ball, but Notts fought back in that day, and it was really a captain's performance in that first innings. Stephen Mullaney getting Notts to that 240 all out, and then, well, it was down to the 2 overseas, wasn't it? Dane Pattinson, the great Dane, with 5 wickets, and then Jimmy Pattinson, the little snarly Aussie, getting 5 wickets as well, meaning that Sussex were 143 all out. And that meant that Notts had a lead, and they built on that lead. Fantastic to see Haseeb Hameed get that 94, just fall shy of that 100, backing up with Lyndon James and obviously the captain once again. And then again today they've done it, haven't they? The overseas of Dane Patterson, Jimmy Patterson, 3 wickets each for them, and Luke Fletcher. What a catch from him. If you haven't seen that, go back onto the stream and look at it. It was a fantastic catch to get Ollie Robinson out. So it's been a great 3 days of cricket here. And just to mention, congratulations to Jimmy Pat. He has now got 350 first class wickets. He needed 8 from this fixture. He's got 8. And he now gets 350 first-class wickets. So I'm sure he will celebrate, as all the lads should do, with getting that victory. As Dave and everybody there, a big thanks to Adrian and to Grace for joining Dave in the commentary booth these last 3 days. I'm pretty sure you'll agree they've been fantastic. And well, that's all that's left for me to say is we hope that you've enjoyed the coverage in this game. A little bit different coverage here with different angles, but we hope you've enjoyed it. As Dave says, we will be back on Tuesday for the start of the Royal London 50 over competition. Do get down here if you can. £5 for adults, a quid for kids. Do join us. But if you can't get down here, then fear not. The stream will be there. Trent Bridge Live will have you covered for live ball coverage of that. So yes, very exciting to be here on Tuesday for the start of the Royal London 50 over. From a county championship point of view, it's September now. We will be back in September, but 11 games played for Notts, 6 victories. They sit top of Division 2. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, thank you very much for your company. Enjoy the rest. Well, it's only 25 to 4. Get out there and enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you on Tuesday.